Chapter 3962. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the current Devil King, Mo Wentian, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and rushed to the Black Hole of Life because it was closer to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After the jump, Yi Xian was already in the Black Hole of Life. He waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He immediately rushed out of the Black Hole of Life and used his extreme speed. With the terrifying speed of a Realm Master Old Monster, he headed straight for the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Half a day later, a void full of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. He had arrived at the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After so long, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was still the same as before. There were no changes. Thinking about it, how could anyone come to such a void full of thunder and lightning for years? Even a warship would be turned into scrap metal if it entered, let alone a strong warrior of the Starry Sky. When Yi Xian first came to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, his cultivation was still very weak. Even when he used a Thunder Source Pearl to kill the Tianji clan's upper echelon, Shan Bo, his cultivation was only at the Mystic Light realm. But now, he was already a Universe Realm Master of the 15th Realm. But this time, when he came again and saw this vast void of thunder, he could still feel a strong sense of danger. According to his current strength, Yi Xian felt that if he went deep into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, even the Immortal Realm old monsters might die. It seemed that this Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was far from as simple as he thought. If it wasn't for the Rai D seal, Yi Xian would definitely have died the last time he entered. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd only entered the periphery of the lightning graveyard last time and didn't enter the depths. Otherwise, even if he had the Lightning Emperor seal that could be said to be revered in the Tao of Lightning and could command the lightning of the world to protect his body, under the circumstances that his cultivation was too weak, he was afraid that there would be many problems. There would be less trouble. But that was in the past. This time, he was already an almighty figure of the universe at the 15th level. Moreover, he possessed various extraordinary abilities and reserves, so he couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was the deepest core of this boundless lightning graveyard, Yi Xian still dared to charge into it now. Moreover, if the lightning origin source that he needed really existed in this lightning graveyard, it would definitely be in the deepest core of the lightning graveyard. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian didn't delay any longer. His figure shook as he strode out of the void break shuttle, and then he put it away into the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. After that, he took a stride and charged towards the edge of the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb, rumble. Ka-cha-cha, the moment they rushed down the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, endless thunderous booms and crackling sounds of lightning assaulted their faces, causing Yi Xian to feel as if he had entered another universe, another world. Everything in the surroundings had changed. He had completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of thunder and lightning. Cyan fractionation towers and golden lightning covered the sky and earth, densely packed. Cyan lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. Here, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been before, after so many years of being struck by endless cyan lightning and golden lightning, they had long since turned into nothingness. Here, only cyan lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc, life and death, back and forth endlessly. Even so, the current Yi Xian, even if his physical body was in this Starry Sky Lightning graveyard, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the void shuttle, a faint cyan mist clearly gushed out from Yi Xian's body. It didn't spread too widely, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of cyan mist were enough to protect him. Protect Yi Xian as he rampaged through this Starry Sky Lightning graveyard. This was the unique power of the Rai D seal's domain, which was displayed by Yi Xian with a thought. The power of this Starry Sky origin treasure was unique. It could ignore the damage of thunder and lightning, and this was only the most basic of its properties. With the protection of the Rai-D seal's domain, Yi Xian stood in the void of this starry sky lightning graveyard, where there was only endless cyan lightning and golden lightning. A thin layer of cyan mist appeared on the surface of his body as he quietly stood there, but imperceptibly exuded an aura of being the emperor of this domain, commanding the entire star. The supreme aura of the void lightning graveyard had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around his figure, the cyan lightning and golden lightning that were wreaking havoc without end clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, a radius of 1 zhang around him had become a vacuum, without any cyan lightning or golden lightning appearing. These cyan lightning and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai-D seal's emperor pressure. With his mind set, his figure flashed as he directly crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body. With Yi Xian's current speed, even if he crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body, it did not take long for him to arrive at the area where he had condensed 10 thunder origin beads last time. This was also the furthest place he had ever reached when he first set foot in this starry sky lightning graveyard. Further ahead was the core of the starry sky lightning graveyard, where even Yi Xian, who possessed the Rai-D seal, did not dare to rashly set foot in last time. But this time, he had no choice and would not retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian quickly moved forward again. This time, after a full half a day, he discovered that the surrounding void had begun to change. In the void of lightning he had passed through before, the thunder was cyan while the lightning was golden. But after arriving here, whether it was the cyan lightning or the golden lightning, they were all covered with a faint layer of purple gold. And this situation became more and more obvious as he went deeper. Another day passed. When Yi Xian came to his senses, he discovered that the lightning and thunder in the surrounding space were all purple gold in color. It was completely different from the green lightning and gold lightning from before. It emitted an even more powerful pressure and an even more violent aura of destruction. Undoubtedly, these purple gold thunder and lightning were of a higher level. This made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Then, before he could do anything, the Rai-D seal suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled without warning, as if it was transmitting some kind of message to Yi Xian. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian was blessed with luck. He immediately stopped moving and extended his consciousness towards the Thunder Emperor seal above his sea of consciousness, entering it. Rumble, boom. In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. Chapter 3963. The Inheritance Scene. It was actually the Inheritance Scene again? At this moment, Yi Xian had a flash of realization. The Rai-D seal had clearly been refined, but this time, he actually saw this inheritance scene from the primordial era, which was suspected to be from when the Rai-D seal was first born. At that time, the universe had just been born, and everything in the universe had a strand of innate primordial qi. After countless years of nurturing, it became a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could not be found in later generations, and it would be difficult to reproduce again. At the end of the void of this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, releasing endless golden light. It was as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. They were extremely small and weak. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was only one lotus seed, but it was green in color. It was clearly a seal-shaped object, and its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out continuously. His Rai-D seal was nurtured from this giant golden lotus with an aura that could almost cover the heavens and earth. In the giant lotus's lotus seed pod, there was only one lotus seed. Rumble, the inheritance scene was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued to enter Yi Xian's ears, shocking his mind. Surrounding the green gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. And if one were to expand one's line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, one would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls. They exploded one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Gradually, the green lightning beads around the giant golden lotus became denser and denser. They all exploded, turning into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. In the end, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of summons, and gradually, they began to move. They converged in a certain direction. It was the green gold lightning seal, the only lotus seed on the top of the giant golden lotus. But this was not the end. Last time, the scene that Yi Xian saw in the Rai-D seal's legacy image had come to an end. But this time, the subsequent evolutions were still continuing. In the inheritance scene, the Rai-D seal began to spin. As it spun, a large amount of green and golden lightning around the giant golden lotus was sucked in and gathered towards the Rai-D seal. It slowly turned into a large greenish-gold cocoon. This scene was exactly the same as when Yi Xian had condensed the Thunder Origin orb in the astral lightning tomb. He understood that this was the Rai-D seal demonstrating a kind of power. Very quickly, a gigantic greenish-golden cocoon enveloped the Rai-D seal. The entire cocoon was formed from green lightning and golden lightning. Finally, it began to condense inwards. When all the green lightning and golden lightning had condensed into a single point, a greenish-golden bead the size of a cinnabar fruit appeared above the Rai-D seal. It was the Thunder Origin bead. But this was still not the end. It was not over yet. Just as the Rai-D seal was condensing the Thunder Origin bead, the gigantic golden lotus in the inheritance scene was also growing. Previously, it was green lightning and golden lightning that were expanding and retracting in its body. But now, whether it was lightning or thunder, they had all turned into a purple-gold color. Even the entire golden lotus had turned into a purple-gold color. It was as if it had only been green before, but now it had matured. Immediately after, the Rai-D seal began to spin again. Following the rotation of the Thunder Emperor imprint, a large amount of lightning and lightning was once again gathered around the Thunder Emperor imprint. Merely, this time around, regardless of whether it was the lightning or lightning, they were all purple-gold in color. And the greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal was still there. It spun together with the Rai-D seal. All the purple-gold lightning that had gathered surged towards the Thunder Origin bead. This seemed to be the second tempering process to improve its quality. Soon, as more and more purple-gold lightning gathered, the second cocoon was formed. Just like the first one, it was still formed by endless lightning and thunder. Its entire body was purple-gold, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Everything that happened after that was replicated like before. The purple-gold cocoon rapidly shrank and disappeared into the Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal. At this time, the original greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead was now purple-gold in color. The lightning and thunder on its surface were all purplish-golden in color. At this point, the inheritance scene came to an abrupt end. Yi Xian took a few seconds to recover from his shock. He originally thought that the Rai-D seal had been completely refined, but now it seemed that this origin treasure was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that there was still a seal that was being unsealed layer by layer. What Yi Xian saw now was only the second layer of the Thunder Origin bead. Whether there would be a third layer after that, he did not know. But one thing was certain, and that was that the purple-gold Thunder Origin bead condensed by the second layer of the Thunder Seal's secret technique could definitely threaten the existence of the immortal realm. Its aura was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was almost excited. In the Rai-D seal in his body, there were still 8 golden Thunder Origin beads. If all of them were tempered again and upgraded to purple-gold Thunder Origin beads, he would undoubtedly have a stronger foundation when facing the immortal realm old monsters. Xiao. Excited, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand to bring out the Rai-D seal. In the next moment, as the Rai-D seal was brought out by Yi Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the Thunder Tomb exploded like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured with a ladle of ice water. Countless purple-gold thunderbolts were attracted and exploded above Yi Xian's head. A huge amount of purple-gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian's head, but none of them could cause any harm to Yi Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purple-gold mist, and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void where the thunderbolts were raging, exuding a strong emperor's aura. A large amount of purple-gold lightning gradually enveloped the Rai-D seal and even Yi Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon that flickered with purple-gold lightning. Yi Xian, who had the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon that was like a star. At this moment, the purple-gold mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the entire purple-gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The whole process was basically the same as what Yi Xian saw in the inheritance image of the Rai-D seal. After an unknown amount of time, the giant purple-gold cocoon that was formed by a thunder origin bead after being tempered by hundreds of millions of purple-gold thunderbolts finally disappeared completely. And above the Rai-D seal hanging above Yi Xian's head, a thunder origin appeared. Chapter 3964. After the condensation of the first purple-gold thunder pearl was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes and the familiar sound of the system notification rang out again. The unexpected breakthrough to the next cultivation level had actually come once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, Level 4 Universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's Qi and Blood realm. Current cultivation level, Level 4 Universe. Without a doubt, the breakthrough of both the ancient Dongshu formula and physical body's Qi and Blood realm had something to do with his use of the Rai-D seal to condense the purple-gold thunder pearl. This was because during the process of condensing the purple-gold thunder pearl, Yi Xian's body, along with the Rai-D seal and the other golden thunder pearls suspended above the Rai-D seal, had also been enveloped by the surging purple-gold thunder pearl. It could be said that the original golden thunder pearl had been tempered for a second time, raising its quality and power. At the same time, Yi Xian's physical body had also been baptized by the purple-gold thunder pearl. His cultivation level had also increased because he had absorbed some of the purple-gold thunder pearl's energy. I didn't expect there to be such benefits. This is really an unexpected surprise. In his surprise, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to it again. There are still 7 more golden thunder pearls that need to be condensed. I wonder if they can increase my cultivation level. With this kind of surprise, Yi Xian stored the completed thunder pearl into the Rai-D seal. Then, he took out the second golden thunder pearl and repeated the previous steps to start the second round of condensation. 4 hours later, when he opened his eyes again, the anticipated system notification had actually appeared in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, Level 5 Universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's Qi and Blood realm. Current cultivation level, Level 5 Universe. It actually had an effect. This was really a surprise. In a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level and physical body's Qi and Blood realm had both made a breakthrough. After the 2 consecutive breakthroughs, Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again. According to Yi Xian's deduction, after his original body reached the 15th level and became a universe expert, the growth rate of the ancient demonic ape's bloodline true body was still 2-to-1. When his original body was in the 3rd level, the ancient demonic ape's bloodline power level. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels, reaching the 5th rank of the cosmos state, his true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level. He was about to reach the 3rd rank of the Star Lord state. Coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, each transformation would increase his combat power by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat power would reach the 7th level of the Star Lord state. He had finally reached the advanced Star Lord state. That's not a good idea, is it? Every time I condense a purple gold thunder source bead, my cultivation base and my physical body's chi and blood realm will all increase by 1 level. If this continues, I will be able to become an immortal old monster in a short time. At most, I will just condense a bunch of purple gold thunder source beads. While dumbstruck, Yi Xian stored the second condensed purple gold thunder origin bead into the Thunder Emperor seal. At the same time, he took out the third golden thunder origin bead that was waiting to be refined as he muttered to himself. However, that was just a casual remark. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. The reason why he was able to improve his cultivation base the previous 2 times was because he had only just begun to temper himself with this purplish gold high-grade lightning power. It was like tempering one's body with some kind of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The effect would be obvious at the beginning, but it would lose its effect after a while. Even so, 2 breakthroughs shouldn't be the end. He still had 6 more purple gold thunder source beads. Even if they could only improve his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, it would still be impressive. After all, the current Yi Xian was already a supreme being of the 15th Great Realm. In the past, when others were in this great realm, breaking through a small stage would require a long period of time and effort before they could achieve it. He definitely couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately started to condense the third purple gold thunder origin bead. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the main purpose of coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb this time, which was to search for a strand of thunder essence and help the desolate Lightning Mother reconstruct her thunder true body. Afterward, no way. Whatever. I'll refine all 8 purple gold thunder source beads first. A few hours later, the last purple gold thunder source bead was refined. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, the system notification that he had been expecting really appeared in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 7th rank Universe Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank Universe Realm. The truth was just as he had guessed. Although the refinement of the 6 purple gold thunder origin beads was still effective in increasing Yi Xian's cultivation and physical body's chi and blood realm, the effect was clearly far inferior to the original. Previously, the 2 purple gold thunder origin beads had raised his cultivation base and body by 2 small levels. At the moment, the refinement of the last 6 purple gold thunder source beads had only improved his cultivation by 2 levels. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied, if not overjoyed, because the gains were so great that they were far beyond his expectations before he set foot in the Star Lightning Tomb for the second time. When his original body was at the 5th rank of the Universe Realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the Star Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 7th rank of the Universe Realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he was about to reach the 4th rank of the Star Lord state. The first 4 forms of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would also improve his combat ability by 1 level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms and performed the 4th form, his peak combat ability would reach the 8th rank of the Star Lord state, which was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th rank. There was a huge gap between levels. Right now, he only needed to break through 2 small levels in terms of cultivation, physical body, and blood to reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe. Then, once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the Star Lord realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a region lord. If he swallowed the level 16 liquid that he had just refined, Yi Xian would be able to display the terrifying combat ability of a region lord, which would definitely be of great significance. The breakthrough of a major realm would allow him to unleash even more power when he cast all kinds of bloodline abilities. Chapter 3965. As soon as he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity. On the basis of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, his cultivation base had actually risen by 4 small realms, and his combat strength had soared by a large margin. Apart from that, the original 8 golden Thunder Origin pearls in the Thunder Emperor seal were refined a second time, raising their grade. Previously, they could only threaten Universe Masters, but now, they could threaten Immortal Realm old monsters with purple gold Thunder Origin pearls. More importantly, after this experience, Yi Xian realized the extraordinariness of the Rai Di seal. Previously, he thought that after refining this innate treasure, he had already grasped its mysteries, but because his cultivation was too weak, he could not unleash the power that matched it. But now, he understood that the Rai Di seal itself had a seal. Even if a new layer of seal was opened this time, using it to condense the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, it was still not the end of its true power. In the future, as Yi Xian encountered lightning powers stronger than the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, there would definitely be more. When the seal was unlocked, it would reveal even more powerful abilities. In this way, it was qualified to match the Shenong Cauldron that was still in a growing state. At the same time, it was suspended in the central region of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, superior to the 7 small objects that represented the strongest bloodline and divine ability, such as the fallen sky bow and the black gold dragon scale. After a period of excitement, Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this time, he carefully calculated that 2 days had passed since he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Adding the half a day he used to come here, 2.5 days had passed. However, he had not started to search for the strand of thunder origin that the desolate lightning mother needed. He was too excited before and completely forgot about this matter. It seems that I have to hurry, because after finding the thunder origin, I may have to delay a little bit in collecting it. So, time is already very tight. Thinking of this, he did not delay any longer. He immediately stored the last 8 condensed purple gold into the Rai Di seal, and then let the Emperor seal float about a foot above his head. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards the core area of the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. From the moment he stood in the area where he was refining the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, all the thunderbolts and lightning in the surrounding space had already turned purple gold. Now that he continued to move forward, the situation was still the same and there was no difference. In the vast void around him, there was only purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder that exploded from time to time. Not to mention the universe stars, not even a speck of space dust. The thunder pressure at the core of the thunder graveyard was too terrifying. Even if the Immortal Realm old monsters were here, they wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. It was impossible for any other material to exist here. Even the starry sky alloy that was used to build top-level battleships could not be taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. Without the protection of the Rai Di seal, it would instantly turn into green smoke and be annihilated. Soon, half a day passed. At this point, Yi Xian had left the Demon Emperor Star for 3 days, but he still had not found the shadow of the Thunder Origin. Not to mention the Thunder Origin, in this half a day, he had not seen anything except for the purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder. In fact, Yi Xian still had no idea what this so-called Thunder Origin looked like, and what kind of form it existed in. It was not that he had not searched in the database of the Devouring system in his body, but unfortunately, there was no result at all. Regarding the Thunder Origin, perhaps because Yi Xian had not come into contact with it, the database of the system was blank. Just as he was feeling disheartened after searching for a long time without any progress, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the Thunder Origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Huh. What a coincidence. But, where is it? Caught off guard, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He almost thought that he was imagining things because he was too anxious. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he turned his head and looked around with a blank expression. Very quickly, in the space in front of him to the right, a color that was slightly different from the surrounding purple gold suddenly flashed and disappeared, attracting Yi Xian's attention. In this sea of purple gold lightning, other than Xiao Chen, who had the Thunder Emperor seal above his head, it was impossible for anything else to exist. Now, a strand of a different color had appeared and flashed by. What else could it be other than that strand of lightning source energy? Yi Xian was instantly excited. With a flash of his body, he chased after it with extreme speed. This flash of light was green in color and was very eye-catching in the purple gold. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily discovered by Yi Xian as it was only the size of a finger. Of course, this was also related to the system's notification. What surprised Yi Xian was that although this green flash of light was only the size of a finger, it seemed to be alive. It was extremely agile like a small worm and was not afraid of any of the purple gold lightning and lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed straight ahead. If it were not for the Rai Di seal above Yi Xian's head, which was also unaffected by this sea of lightning, he would have been shaken off in a few moves. Even so, half a day had passed in the blink of an eye as Yi Xian chased after him. Although the green bug was already extremely close, a green substance that was around 3 meters in radius appeared in the sea of lightning in front of him. It floated within the purple gold lightning that filled the sky. No. It was not affected in the slightest. This was a green fog that actually existed in the lightning, which made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In addition, the green worm in front of him seemed to be running straight for this green fog. That seemed to be its nest. Yi Xian suddenly became nervous. If it was a nest, it would be fine. But if there were other things in this green fog, such as the existence of a void passage, when the green worm rushed in, it would be as if it teleported and disappeared. It would be difficult to track it down. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to forcibly devour. Although forcibly devouring had a certain success rate and sometimes there was a possibility of failure, now that the other party was about to escape into its nest, he could not care less. Screech. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. As the green worm let out a strange screech, the next moment, in Yi Xian's mind, the system's reply prompt sounded, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a strand of thunder origin. Do you want to absorb it immediately?" Chapter 3966. With a strand of thunder origin in hand, the purpose of this trip to the starry sky thunder tomb was finally achieved. Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Just as he was about to take out a large amount of innate chilling spirit liquid, dark furnace lotion, 9-colored meat paste, 10,000 evil origin liquid, and other top-grade resources from the undying world in his body, he sent them to the desolate Electro-Lady to help her reconstruct her thunder true body. At the same time, he also sent another batch to Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Hoqing. Just as he was about to restore the resources, a sudden change occurred, rumble. Gotcha! Without the slightest sign, the enormous sea of lightning ahead seemed to have suddenly been stimulated by something, and it suddenly became violent, and it emanated the sound of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth and boundless crackling sounds of lightning striking down. All of this was too sudden, and the changes were too intense. It gave people the feeling that they were in an incomparably tranquil ocean, but in the blink of an eye, tsunamis and hurricanes had been set off. Those who were timid would have fainted on the spot. Looking up, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then, his eyes flashed, and he vaguely understood something. The sea of thunder in which the riot occurred was about 10,000 miles in radius. However, its core point happened to be the strange green fog that seemed to be the nest of the little green bug. This strange fog was originally only about 10 feet in radius, but now it instantly spread to 10,000 miles in radius. All the sea of thunder that was covered by the fog seemed to have been injected with boiling water, and instantly became violent. It was obvious that this riot had something to do with the strangeness of the turquoise canopy. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the strand of thunder origin that looked like a little green bug seemed to have let out a weak but sharp roar before it was forcibly swallowed by him. It should be that the roar contained some kind of power that caused the green fog that seemed to be its nest to change, which led to this unexpected scene in front of him. The Thunder Sea riot was definitely an earth-shattering event. After all, thunder and lightning were originally a kind of extremely strong and violent power. Coupled with the power of the Thunder Sea riot, in the face of such a situation, an ordinary starry sky powerhouse would not dare to take the risk and would most likely retreat in a hurry. However, Yi Xian had the Rai Di seal. Right now, it was merely hovering above Yi Xian's head, pouring out a green screen of light to protect Yi Xian's body. However, it was not fully activated and displayed the true might of the Thunderbolt Imperial Seal. This green mist was indeed strange. This could be seen from the fact that it could exist in the center of the Sea of Lightning, and at the same time, it was the nest of the lightning source. Perhaps it was because of this that it was able to cause all of the lightning and thunder to go berserk when it suddenly spread out. From a certain point of view, this strange green fog clearly had a certain effect on lightning, and even had the ability to drive it away. But even so, compared to Yi Xian's Rai Di seal, it was still far from enough. So what if the Thunder Sea riot was about to happen? With the Rai Di seal in hand, Yi Xian could completely use it, and with a flip of his hand, the Imperial Seal could suppress the Thunder Sea riot. Yi Xian was very certain of this, and this certainty and confidence of his was indeed proven. Whoosh! With a thought, the Rai Di seal began to spin, slowly rising above Yi Xian's head, higher and higher. During this process, the green light pouring out from within the Imperial Seal also became more and more intense, and the area it covered also continued to expand as the source of the Imperial Seal rose higher and higher, but no matter what, Yi Xian was always at the center of the expanding green light. He was firmly protected, and was not affected by the power of the lightning at all. Yi Xian had already used all of his strength to activate the Rai Di seal. Although he was still far from being able to unleash the true power of this Imperial Seal, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the power of the Imperial Seal field that he could unleash was clearly not to be underestimated. Vaguely, there seemed to be an indescribable pressure that passed through the Imperial Seal above his head and projected onto his body. Yi Xian could clearly feel this. At this moment, Yi Xian's body inexplicably emitted an emperor's might. He clearly didn't make any movements, but at this moment, he had an additional sense of supreme majesty, as if he was a monarch descending upon the world. It was very strange, very mysterious, and allowed him to be blessed. Immediately after, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian subconsciously waved his hand towards the sea of lightning in front of him. Walala, with a light movement of his hand, the boundless purple-gold lightning that filled the sky in front of him actually obediently separated to the left and right like a tide. In the sea of lightning, there was a wide and open road. This scene shocked Yi Xian. Was this really the ability to command all the lightning in the world? With this kind of method, even if he brought an army of thousands of men and horses into the sea of lightning, he would still be able to protect everyone. With a wave of his hand, the lightning would split apart like a tide. What was there to fear? He just had to safely pass through. However, for Yi Xian, this was completely unnecessary. With another wave of his hand, the passageway in front of him, which was 1,000 miles in diameter and extended endlessly, closed once again and was filled with boundless purple-gold lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian also soared into the air and shot towards the area enveloped by the green mist that was still spreading outwards. As his figure suddenly moved, the Rai Di seal, which was still slowly rising above his head and emitting a blazing green light, also followed closely behind, protecting Yi Xian at the center of the green light. Very quickly, Yi Xian, who had the Thunder Emperor's mist above his head and a vast expanse of blazing green light moving around his body, entered the area where the lightning was rampaging. As he had expected, although all the purple-gold lightning in this area had gone berserk due to the influence of the strange green mist, with the arrival of Yi Xian, all the lightning that came into contact with the Rai-D Seal Cyan lightning instantly calmed down. Compared to the blazing green lightning radiance released by the Thunder Emperor Seal, the strange green mist wasn't a match for it at all. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the area covered by the green lightning radiance was like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. The only reaction was to quickly melt. And as Yi Xian finally came into contact with the strange green mist, the data of the devouring system in his body was finally updated again, with the resources of this strange green mist. After a round of investigation, Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened, and completely understood this strange green mist. Just as Yi Xian had guessed before, this canopy had now spread to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. However, at the beginning, it was only a strange green fog with a radius of around 3 meters. It was indeed the nest of that strand of thunder essence. Chapter 3967. The Thunder Lock Spirit Mist was a special product that was unique to the vast innate Thunder Sea. Its attribute was innate, and it was nurtured by the innate thunder essence in the endless Thunder Sea over a long period of time. Every strand of Thunder Lock Spirit Mist would take tens of thousands of years to fully manifest. From this, one could see how precious this Thunder Lock Spirit Mist was. It had been nurtured for at least hundreds of millions of years. To this starry sky thunder grave, its value was definitely second only to the Thunder Essence. The Thunder Essence was the Thunder Lock Spirit Mist nurtured by the Thunder Lock Spirit Mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunder Lock Spirit Mist was the mother nest of this Thunder Essence. This strand of Thunder Origin consciousness was originally a thunder worm without any intelligence. As it slowly grew, it would eventually develop intelligence. At that time, it would become the Thunder Spirit of this vast sea of thunder. The Thunder Sea that gave birth to the Thunder Spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunder ball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless starry sky. To put it bluntly, this Thunder Sea had become a spirit. However, to this starry sky thunder grave, this kind of opportunity to become a spirit was obviously no longer possible. As this strand of thunder essence that had just been nurtured and was far from becoming a thunder spirit was captured by Yi Xian in the form of a thunder worm. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly did not intend to let go of this Thunder Lock Spirit Mist. The path to becoming a spirit in this starry sky thunder grave was basically completely cut off. Although it would not become a spirit, the starry sky thunder grave would still exist. To Yi Xian, this was enough. In the future, there might be a time when he would need to use this Thunder Sea. As for the present, to Yi Xian, the only thing he needed to do now was to absorb and use this Thunder Lock Spirit Mist. After that, this trip to the starry sky thunder grave would be considered complete, and he could embark on the journey home at any time. That's right, Yi Xian intended to absorb the lightning pool spiritual mist that had already spread out in front of him. If there were no accidents, this would definitely allow his cultivation strength and the realm of his physical body and qi to achieve another breakthrough. After all, Yi Xian's body had been wrapped in the lightning cocoon formed by the boundless purple-gold lightning and lightning when he was refining the purple-gold thunder origin bead. He had benefited greatly from it, and his cultivation had broken through again and again. The Thunder Lock Spirit Mist was the cradle of the innate lightning origin, so its grade was definitely much higher than the purple-gold lightning and lightning bolt. If there were no accidents, it was almost certain that he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation after cleansing his soul and body again. It wasn't just Yi Xian himself, but also the corpse ancestor, Hanba, and Ho Qing, as well as the desolate lightning mother, who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Yi Xian would also give them some thunder pool spirit mist. This was something that could only be found by chance. The first time one used it, the effect would definitely be amazing. This was especially so for the desolate Electro Lady. She cultivated the Tao of lightning, so she would definitely benefit even more from this. With a wave of his hand, Yen Luo appeared from within his body and floated in the air in front of Yi Xian. Although they were in the Sea of Lightning, due to the Thunder Emperor's seal emitting a green light above their heads, Yen Luo wasn't affected in the slightest. Yi Xian had already sent the innate lightning origin bead that he had previously captured into the desolate Electrolady. However, it was clearly far from enough for the desolate Electrolady to reconstruct her Thunder True body. She would also need a large amount of other top-grade resources. At this moment, Yi Xian was preparing these resources. With a thought, he took out a large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and 9-colored meat paste from his undying world and threw them all into the desolate Electrolady. Finally, there were 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. Of course, these weren't just for the desolate Electrolady who was about to reconstruct her Thunder True body. Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing were also included. With this new batch of resources, the 3 primordial female cultivators who had already awakened would once again enter a state of hibernation. Yi Xian believed that when they came out of seclusion in the near future, their cultivation and strength would definitely increase again. And this was what Yi Xian was eagerly looking forward to. After doing all of this, Yi Xian activated the Thunder Emperor's seal that floated above his head. He activated the power of the Emperor's seal and drove away a large amount of azure-green thunder swamp spirit mist, entering the Yen Luo. Finally, he waved his hand and kept the desolate Electrolady into his undying world. Then, he took out a small storage bottle made of innate chilling jade. This kind of lightning spiritual mist could only be nurtured by an enormous innate lightning sea. Furthermore, every strand of lightning spiritual mist required tens of thousands of years to produce. It was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. After much consideration, Yi Xian finally decided to collect some of it and store it as lightning liquid in case he needed it in the future. Otherwise, if he needed to refine higher-grade gene cultivation fluid or refine great medicines in the future and didn't have it, he would be dumbfounded. Very soon, as the power of the Rai Di seal was released, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was compressed. The green color gradually thickened and when it reached a certain level, the spiritual mist turned into lightning liquid. It was a very thick green color. There were a total of 300 drops in the small bottle. 300 drops of lightning spiritual mist didn't sound like a lot, but one had to know that the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of green mist before. But now, it was condensed into liquid. It was obvious how much lightning spiritual mist was used to obtain this amount. It was almost half of the total amount of lightning spiritual mist. Considering that he still had other uses for the remaining lightning spiritual mist, Yi Xian stopped and kept the bottle of lightning spiritual mist into his undying world. Then, he took out the farmer god cauldron. The lightning spiritual mist was a good thing. Yi Xian even gave it to Corpse Ancestor, Hanba, Ho Qing, and the desolate lightning primordial true body. Naturally, he wouldn't leave out the 8 great Vajra and the indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron. Fortunately, the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of a mist. It seemed like there was enough of it. Therefore, even though there were millions of indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron, every single one of them could absorb a little of it. Of course, it was impossible to share it equally. Beasts like the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise were able to absorb a lot. Naturally, they would be able to absorb more. Very soon, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian. Although the beasts in the cauldron knew that the lightning spiritual mist was good stuff, they immediately roared in excitement and started to absorb it. The 8 great Vajra, who were already familiar with the indigenous beasts, also joined in. They absorbed the lightning spiritual mist to their heart's content while howling in excitement. Other than that, some of the spiritual mist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It floated and sank to the bottom of the volcano in the central region, into the fire pool. Chapter 3968. This aura, after drawing the large amount of thunder swamp spirit mist into the Shenong cauldron, Yi Xian was originally prepared to immediately put away the Shenong cauldron and use the remaining thunder swamp spirit mist to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, right at this moment, an aura that shocked even him erupted from the Shenong cauldron. Yi Xian lightly took in a breath, and with a thought, he pulled out a strand of Shenong strange flame from the cauldron and floated in front of him. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed the bold guess he had when he felt the sudden burst of aura. The Shenong unusual flame had indeed leveled up. It had turned from a 4-colored flame to a 5-colored flame. The additional color on top of the previous 4-colored flame was the green color of the lightning pool spirit mist. Obviously, the Shenong exotic flame had advanced because it had absorbed the lightning pool spirit mist. If there were no accidents, the 5-colored flames after this advancement would most likely contain some unique power of lightning. The transformation of the 4-colored flames into 5-colored flames was originally no different from a great increase in power. However, this time, there was the unique attribute of thunder. This was definitely like being reborn. Whether it was using this flame to attack, or using the new Shenong 5-colored flames to roast blood food and refine great medicines, the effects would definitely be far better than before. It was comparable. This was another pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was incomparably excited. He almost impulsively took out a piece of the quasi-desolate ancient supreme's flesh and blood on the spot. He used this brand new 5-colored flame that contained the lightning attribute to properly roast it and test its medicinal effects and wonderful taste. However, he suppressed this impulse in the end. This matter was not urgent. There would be plenty of opportunities later. What was more important now was to deal with the remaining lightning spiritual mist. After all, it had been a long time since he left the Demon Emperor planet. It had been almost 5 days. Yi Xian was still worried about the situation in the demon domain. After calming down, Yi Xian put away the Shenong 5-colored flame that was floating in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and put the Shenong cauldron back into his undying world. At this time, the indigenous beasts in the cauldron and the 8 great guardian warriors were still in the area around the volcano in the central domain. They were howling as they absorbed the lightning spiritual mist that Yi Xian had drawn into the Shenong cauldron. Although this spiritual mist had the property of lightning, it could be directly absorbed. It had an extremely strong effect on the evolution of life forms. Yi Xian believed that after absorbing the thunder swamp spirit mist this time, the overall strength of the entire native beast race would increase by a small margin once again. After all, even the Shenong unusual flame of the Shenong cauldron had directly evolved after absorbing the lightning spiritual mist. Even if these indigenous beasts absorbed a little less, the benefits were absolutely not to be ignored. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations. However, even he didn't know that within the inner space of the Shenong cauldron, other than the 8 great Vajras and the millions of ferocious beasts, there was another existence that he had almost overlooked. This time, he had accidentally absorbed some of the thunder swamp spirit mist. And he had obtained a great opportunity. This person was the former heaven and earth Daoist of the Battle Lion tribe, Shi Wanjin. Shi Wanjin's heaven and earth Daoist foundation had been taken away, and he had become the pride of the tribe, Shi Ba Dao. However, because Yi Xian wanted to obtain the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, he had used a mutated slave seal on Shi Wanjin, who had lost his cultivation and was now like an ordinary person. This caused him to become Yi Xian. He was a slave. Therefore, Yi Xian did not kill him. Instead, he left him to fend for himself. After giving him some top-grade resources to recover from his injuries, he left him in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Since then, Shi Wanjin had been in a coma. Although his injuries had healed, his cultivation was only a little. He was not much stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk Lion tribe. But this time, for Shi Wanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, the lightning pond spirit mist that he had unintentionally inhaled into his body had given him an opportunity to rise from the ashes. At this time, he was still lying unconscious in the cage of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. His cultivation aura was still very weak, but from time to time, there were a few purple-gold thunderbolts sizzling on the surface of his body. Obviously, Shi Wanjin, who had lost his heaven and earth Daoist foundation, was like a blank sheet of paper. Because of the lightning pool spiritual mist that he had just absorbed, his bloodline was transforming into a certain type of lightning attribute bloodline and physique. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the void and activated the Rai Di seal that was suspended high above his head. With the power of the Emperor Seal domain, he drew the lightning pool spiritual mist from the surrounding sea of lightning towards his body. At this moment, all the 1.08 billion pores on Yi Xian's body opened up. His entire body was bathed in the lightning pool spiritual mist that was like an ocean. This green spirit mist followed his mouth, nose, and pores all over his body. As soon as it entered his body, it instantly surged with an extremely ferocious and tyrannical power. Not only did it have an extremely strong tempering effect on his body, even Yi Xian's soul was cleansed because of it. Every minute, every second. It was becoming stronger and more tenacious. This feeling was definitely both painful and pleasurable. However, Yi Xian was already used to it. Whether it was using the genetic cultivation fluid to break through a large realm or using the hellish ant liquid to temper his physical body, it was always accompanied by intense pain. As long as he could rapidly increase his cultivation strength and life force level, this little bit of pain was nothing. He had to grit his teeth and bear with it. Time passed slowly. Gradually, as large amounts of the lightning pool spiritual mist were absorbed by him, Yi Xian slowly became numb to it. He was almost unable to feel the pain. There was no telling how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar system notification echoed in his head, "Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the physical body. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm." Finally, he had reached the 9th rank of the cosmos realm. Yi Xian was instantly excited. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 4th rank of the Star Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 9th rank of the cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level. That was to say, he was about to reach the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. In addition to the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, each transformation would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once the current Yi Xian enters the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and uses the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying peak of the 9th step of the Star Lord realm. That was to say, Yi Xian was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm under normal circumstances. Also, his cultivation and physical body had both reached perfection. Chapter 3969. This time, when he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian's fortune could be said to be shocking. Just thinking about it now made him feel as if he was in a dream. Everything was too surreal. He had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm in such a short time. He was already a half-step Star Lord and a quasi-Star Lord. This was under the condition that he hadn't activated the 3-headed 6-armed ancient devil ape's bloodline. Otherwise, he would possess a peak 9th order Star Lord strength and directly rise to the quasi-region Lord realm, becoming a terrifying quasi-region Lord. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with that. Although there was only a single word difference between a quasi-domain Lord and a true domain Lord, in reality, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, these were 2 completely different realms. In the path of evolution of a starry sky powerhouse, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between a small rank was. Needless to say, the gap between a large rank was as wide as the abyss. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been any other time, but Yi Xian had made multiple breakthroughs in the Star Lightning Tomb. He could have stopped and stabilized himself for a while before continuing. However, the situation was too urgent. Once he returned to the Demon Star region, there would probably be a great battle. Yi Xian was absolutely in a hurry to improve his strength. There was a huge difference between a quasi-Star Lord and a real Star Lord in terms of combat ability. The difference was even more obvious when it came to bloodlines and the power of various techniques. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to spend a little more time to use the level 16 liquid that he had already concocted. He would use it to raise his cultivation level to the true Star Lord realm. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a small crystal bottle was shot out of the undying world inside his body. It floated in front of him and was still spinning in midair. What was in this small bottle was the best quality bottle out of the 8 bottles of level 16 liquid that he had in his possession. The level 16 liquid was already extraordinary to begin with. It was merely the most basic flesh medicine paste, made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan Phoenix's precious body, shattered the chains of order, and then reassembled from the essence. Moreover, after being meticulously refined by the Shenong four-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan Phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature flesh and blood black hole even appeared in the green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this was the case. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained in the liquid ball was. Then, a lot of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh liquid, including the nether liquid. Even the all-evil origin liquid was fused into it. In terms of efficacy, it was even more unbelievable. It could make a 15th state universe grand cultivator become a Star Lord. Now, after experiencing the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning. On its surface, there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Also, it happened to be the same as the lightning tribulation that had descended after it was born. It was green and gave off a strong sense of strangeness. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this green-colored liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it was attached with a strange green-colored lightning attribute, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Yi Xian was full of expectations. Apart from the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian also prepared some nether furnace lotion, nether liquid, and all-evil origin liquid. He also cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from the remains of the purple gold void rat of the quasi-desolation almighty level and summoned a wisp of Shenong 5-colored flames to roast it. Then, he swallowed all of it. After completing all of this, with a thought from Yi Xian, the cork of the small bottle was directly opened. The ball of green liquid inside flew out as if it had a mind of its own and shot towards his mouth. Yi Xian was blessed with good fortune. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, and looked inside. Very quickly, he entered a cultivation state where he forgot about everything. Boom! In his mind, a thunderous explosion sounded out. The sea of consciousness in Yi Xian's mind, which represented the power of the void cave technique, instantly stirred up stormy waves. The few small objects that represented the most powerful abilities and bloodlines floating in the sky above the sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something, and all of them began to shine brightly. His blood was boiling inside his body. As the terrifying effect of the level 16 liquid spread out, Yi Xian's body boiled immediately. His blood was surging like a river, and his power was surging in his veins. There was also the never-before-seen clanking sound of chains. This time, a huge chain appeared out of nowhere in his body. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious and obscure runes. This huge chain directly connected Yi Xian's spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. It was an important potential shackle chain on the path of evolution of the human body, like an extremely difficult to cross. A natural chasm. Tearing it apart was equivalent to crossing this natural chasm. From then on, he would break through the universe realm and become a Star Lord. If he failed, this huge potential shackle chain would very likely become even stronger. It would be even more difficult to break through again. Whoosh! 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 The sound of chains rang out, and the sound of surging tides of energy in Yi Xian's body continued. The level 16 liquid had completely dissolved, including other supreme resources such as the all-evil origin liquid, the blood and flesh of the quasi-desolate great power purple gold void rat, and so on. All of this gathered into a huge river of energy in Yi Xian's body. Wherever it passed, countless smaller potential shackles of the human body were instantly torn apart. Although this process was painful, there was also an indescribable feeling of pleasure. It was extremely wonderful. In the end, this huge river of energy finally rushed to Yi Xian's neck and began to attack the tight shackle chain that connected his spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, all 1.08 billion pores on his body were emitting endless light. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. In a short 2 hours, the enormous shackles were completely broken. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body suddenly felt lighter. The surging of the strength and bloodline in his body increased by at least 10 times. Even the sea of consciousness in his brain, which represented the power of cultivation, instantly expanded by more than 10 times. When Yi Xian opened his eyes with a bright light, the anticipated system beep quickly sounded out in his mind. Chapter 3970. The first level of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian couldn't have been more excited. He had a lot of mixed feelings. He hadn't been in space for long, but he was already a Star Lord at the moment. There were 2 major obstacles on the path of evolution for Star State experts. The first one was to advance from the cosmic state to the cosmic state, the 15th. Once one entered the cosmic state, one would become a grand expert. Yi Xian had crossed that threshold not long ago. The second obstacle was to advance from the State Lord state to the Immortal state. On the second path of evolution, Yi Xian had successfully broken through from the Cosmos realm to the Star Lord realm and become a Star Lord. It could be considered a solid first step. He was very ambitious at the moment. He firmly believed that he would cross the second obstacle and become a supreme immortal state expert in the near future. In his excitement, he immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very eager to know if he could use the power of his cultivation after activating this powerful bloodline because of this breakthrough. As for the real State Lord state, when his original body was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic state, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline was at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Even though his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the first level of the Star Lord realm, according to the ancient ape demon's bloodline, his original body should have broken through 2 levels in order to increase its strength by 1 level. Therefore, he deduced that, after Yi Xian activated his bloodline, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline should still be at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Only by making another breakthrough and reaching the 2nd rank of the Star Lord state would the ancient ape devil bloodline reach the 6th rank of the Star Lord state with 3 heads and 6 arms. In this way, coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, every single one of them would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the Devil Ape True Body state and executed the Devil Ape 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would be able to attain the first level of the Region Lord realm, allowing him to advance into the ranks of Region Lords in one go. He would have the terrifying combat ability of a State Lord state expert. However, to his surprise, his original body had only made a small breakthrough, but after activating the Ancient Ape Devil bloodline, his original body had also improved by 1 level, reaching the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because he was aware that as long as he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord. It was obvious that the shackle of the ancient demon ape state, which could only be improved by 1 level after he became a star lord, had been broken. Henceforth, the improvement of the state lord state. Yi Xian's original body state expert, Ye's original body, and the ancient ape state state lord state of the demonic ape state. Although he really wanted to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability right now and immediately feel the power of the domain lord's old monster after reaching the 4th transformation, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse in the end and gradually calmed his mind. Looking up, there was still a lot of lightning pond spiritual mist left in the void at the core of the lightning sea. In the beginning, it covered an area of 10,000 miles, and although it was much less now, it still covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. The amount was still quite impressive. This Thunder Lake Spirit Mist was a top-notch resource that could only be encountered but not sought after. It definitely couldn't be wasted like this. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He thought of the 4 great battles in space. The power of the Star Wars was determined by the strength of the races inside the Star Wars. Yi Xian had ordered the absorption system in his body to search for clues, hoping to find a way to improve the strength of the races inside the Star Wars as soon as possible. However, there was no result. And now, the Thunder Lock Spirit Mist before him was clearly the perfect opportunity. Even the native ferocious beasts, Hanba, Ho Qing, and the desolate Electro Lady could rapidly improve their strength through the Thunder Lock Spirit Mist. Yi Xian himself had benefited a lot from it. Without a doubt, the races inside the Star Wars would be able to do the same. More importantly, there was still a large amount of lightning lock spiritual mist in front of him. It covered a vast expanse of space that spanned over 4,000 miles. Although it was in the form of mist, its grade was quite high. Even if the races inside the Star Wars shared it, the final result would be impressive. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart immediately palpitated. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned all 4 of the Starry Sky battle palaces within his undying world. The Golden Time War. The Grey Void War. The Blood Red Weeping Soul War. The Dark Red Blood Mosquito War. In an instant, the 4 Star Wars spanned across the void, emitting an extremely dense and oppressive aura. After this period of recuperation, the 4 major kinetic races in the 4 Starry Sky battle armors had all recovered their peak combat power. Only the time battle armors that were just used some time ago were still in the cooling period and had not fully recovered. However, this didn't matter. With the thunderous spiritual mist in front of them, the tens of millions of golden slimes inside the Time War would be able to fully recover in no time. Moreover, Yi Xian's expectations weren't just limited to this. In his opinion, this opportunity would definitely allow the entire golden slime race's life form to undergo a complete leap forward. Previously, among the tens of millions of golden slimes, there was only one purple gold slime whose cultivation was at the universe realm. Yi Xian felt that there was a need to improve its life form again. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out 3 drops of the all-evil origin liquid from his undying world. Speaking of improving life form and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all-evil origin liquid was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yi Xian's hands. After all, this liquid was refined using the 9-colored meat paste in the netherworld furnace as the raw material. The 9-colored meat paste was also made from the remains and flesh of a large number of powerful primordial era creatures. From this, one could see how terrifying the all-evil origin liquid was. This was something that even those terrifying existences that originated from the primordial era and were currently hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had 1 drop a year, and now, Yi Xian directly threw a drop to this golden slime, greatly increasing its life force in a short period of time. That would definitely this was something that was set in stone. Chapter 3971. Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir were injected into the center of the purple gold slime's eyebrows. In a flash, they disappeared into the slime. As the drops of all evil origin elixir were injected, the purple gold slime's body shook violently. The evolution of its life level immediately began vigorously. The intensity of the evolution was still extremely shocking. The golden slime's entire body was pale gold, but there were streaks of dazzling golden lines on its abdomen like spider webs. As for the purple gold slime, its entire body turned golden. At the location of the golden line on its abdomen, a purple gold line appeared. Furthermore, from that line, countless tiny purple gold spiderwebs extended, enveloping its entire body. Now, after consuming the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir, the purple gold slime's original golden color actually turned pale purple gold throughout its entire body. Meanwhile, the dense purple gold line on its abdomen turned bluish gold, still extending countless tiny spider webs, enveloping its entire body like a web. Its entire body. Boom! An invisible aura surged and erupted. In terms of appearance, the king of the slime threads that had evolved from a purple gold slime to a bluish gold slime actually experienced an overall increase in strength due to the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir. Previously, it was at the peak of the middle stage of the universe realm, but now, it had become a star lord. First rank of the universe realm. Its body had even reached a height of 1,000 feet. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by such a change. After a moment of hesitation, he took out another 10 drops of all evil origin elixir and selected 10 of the largest golden slimes among the slimes. He rewarded each of them with a drop of all evil origin elixir and sent it into their glabella. These 10 golden slime began to evolve rapidly as well. A top-grade resource like the all evil origin elixir was simply too powerful. Perhaps its effects would be far less effective after repeated use, but the first 1 or 2 times would definitely be heaven-defying. In his line of sight, the golden line under the abdomen of the 10 golden slimes expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, their entire bodies turned golden. Immediately after that, a purplish golden line appeared where the golden line was originally located on their abdomen. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his entire body, countless purple gold threads extended out and gradually spread out, covering his entire body. They formed a dense layer of purple gold patterns that resembled countless mysterious runes. During this process, the bodies of the 10 purple gold slimes continued to expand. In the end, when their figures stopped at around 10 m tall, their bodies rumbled as they effused a strand of formidable aura. Shockingly, it was just as Yi Xian had expected, and all of them had stepped into the world realm. A Star Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empresses would become the soul of the entire species. Their existence alone would significantly enhance the power of the Battle of Time. But this was still not enough. What Yi Xian needed was the cultivation base and life form of the tens of millions of slime race members to increase in all aspects. Only in this way would the power of this Time War talisman be able to undergo a sublimation. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. However, after the great leap in life form of the entire species, Yi Xian believed that a golden tide of time could pass in 20 or 30,000 years, even if it could not reach 50,000 years in an instant. It was definitely achievable. A few more such tides of time might not be able to kill an undying emperor, but they should be able to heavily injure him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited once again and couldn't sit still. He directly waved his hand and activated the Thunder Emperor seal that was floating high above his head. Activating the power of the Emperor seal, it surged out like a tide of azure lightning that wrapped around the large amount of thunder swamp spirit mist in the air. It was divided into 4 parts, and all of them surged into the 4 battleships. Each battleship was given a large canopy of thunder mist, which had a radius of 2,000 miles. It was more than enough for all the 4 races to absorb and evolve. After doing all that, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void, right in front of the battle of space. What he needed to do now was to wait. He needed to wait until all of the Thunderlock spiritual mist that had just been drawn into the war chariot was completely absorbed by the 4 kinetic races. At that time, there would definitely be new surprises coming one after another, within the Crimson Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. The Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space was the Mosquito Beast race. There were a total of 30 million mosquito beasts that had gained intelligence. Their strength was quite impressive too. Their commander was the Mosquito Beast Prince Shueben, who sat at the core of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts within the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space had high overall strength, the strongest mosquito beast, Shueben, was only at the 13th level of the Genesis realm. Other than that, there were over 300 of the strongest mosquito beasts that had reached this level. There was not a single Cosmic Light Realm mosquito beast that was above the Genesis realm. However, even the weakest of the mosquito beasts was close to the 8th realm, the Black Hole realm. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation bases of the mosquito beasts were around the Black Hole realm and were generally higher, the power of this Blood Mosquito War Talisman would probably be at the bottom of the 4 Starry Sky Battle Talismans in Yi Xian's hands. This time, with the influx of this large patch of green lightning pool spirit mist, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, similar to the situation in the Farmer God Cauldron. The moment the lightning pool spirit mist entered the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes instantly went crazy. They roared excitedly and madly fought to devour and absorb the lightning pool spirit mist. Among them, Yi Xian focused on the core node of the beehive where Shueben sat. On one hand, Shueben had been with him for a long time and could be said to be one of his earliest subordinates. However, his current strength was too weak. Yi Xian also hoped that he would be able to obtain more benefits from this opportunity and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation as much as possible. On the other hand, as the controller of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the stronger Shueben's cultivation was, the more powerful the Battle of Space would be. In fact, the Mosquito Beast Prince Shueben did not disappoint Yi Xian. He also began to madly absorb the lightning pool spirit mist immediately. It had to be said that the lightning pool spirit mist had an astounding effect on the evolution of lifeforms with ferocious beast bloodlines. The Mosquito Beast Prince Shueben's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Genesis realm. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of lightning pool spirit mist into his body, he broke through the Genesis realm and entered the Cosmic Light realm in a few short breaths. However, this was only the beginning. Under Yi Xian's close watch, Shueben's cultivation continued to increase rapidly after he broke through to the Cosmic Light realm. Cosmic Light Realm Level 9. Chapter 3972. Although Shueben, the prince of the mosquito beasts, was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos state, and he didn't take the opportunity to become a Star Lord, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed. It was because the overall strength of the mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid was quite impressive. Also, apart from Shueben, 1% of the mosquito beasts in the Genesis state, which was the 13th level, had also entered the Cosmos state. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Cosmos state, which was the beginning phase of the Cosmos state, they had an advantage in that regard. The large number of mosquito beasts could enhance the power of the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, which wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was actually the other tens of millions of mosquito beasts. All of them had advanced by a large realm. Now, in this blood-red blood mosquito battle formation, among the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, there was not a single one whose cultivation level was below the Black Hole realm. Once it was activated, the power of the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid would be far greater than before. Even Yi Xian would be shocked. The Void War Pyramid. The kinetic energy of the Void War Pyramid was the Void Soldier Ladle. There were more than 30 million of them in total. Just like the mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, they were all relatively strong. After all, In that calamity where the celestial legacy race had almost wiped out the black holes, the weaker void soldiers had basically all perished. The ones that survived were all relatively strong. They were taken away by the Heavenly Fortune clan and entered the Void War Pyramid after being rescued by Yi Xian. Guarding the core of the beehive were 2 soldier ladle kings whose bloodlines had evolved to 8 stars. Their cultivation had also reached the Genesis realm, and they were both at the great circle of the 9th stage Genesis realm. After a large amount of Thunderlock spiritual mist entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, the 30 million Void Battle Ladles began to absorb the Thunderlock spiritual mist crazily. In the process, they rapidly improved their own cultivation base and strength, pushing forward the evolution of their life forms. After Yi Xian's attention was drawn away from the Blood Mosquito Battle Band, he immediately cast it towards the Void Battle Band and locked onto the 2 Genesis Stage 8-star Wang ladles within the core beehive. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor that Yi Xian encountered when he first entered the Black Hole of Life had yet to reach the Genesis realm. But now, there was a reason why these 2 8-star Ladybirds had yet to evolve into 9-star Ladybird Emperors even though their cultivation had already reached the Genesis realm. The difference between the 8-star and the 9-star bloodline evolution had nothing to do with one's strength. These 2 Wang ladles had already surpassed the Ladle Emperor back then in terms of cultivation. However, the evolution of their bloodlines was still somewhat inferior. Hence, they were still only 8-star Wang ladles. Ladle Emperor's bloodline. That opportunities was. As large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist entered the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, all the Void Soldier ladles started to absorb it. Among them, the 2 Genesis Realm 8-star King ladles were the most eye-catching. Above them, a small whirlpool formed by the lightning pool spirit mist had formed. Yes, as they absorbed large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist, the cultivation of these 2 8-star King ladles rose rapidly. They soon surpassed the Genesis realm and entered the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. However, it did not stop there. It continued, and after a short 10 minutes or so, it climbed to the consummate level of the 9th level of the Cosmic Light tier. Then, it broke through and finally entered the 15th level of the Cosmic Light tier. 2 8-star Wang ladles on the level of the Cosmic Light tier were born. During this process, the 9th ghost face began to appear on the backs of the 2 8-star King ladles. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but become excited, because this meant that the bloodlines of the 2 8-star King ladles were also rapidly evolving. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely likely that they would be able to break through the shackles of their bloodlines in one go, and step into the 9-star Emperor Ladle realm from the current 8-star Emperor Ladle realm. Under the close observation of Yi Xian, who was breathing rapidly, the 9th ghost face finally took shape on the back of the 2 8-star Ladle Emperors after another 10 minutes. Now, the 9-star Ladle Emperors had reappeared, and there were 2 of them. At this time, the cultivation of the 2 9-star Ladybird Emperors had already risen to the peak of the 9th stage, and they stopped there. After a moment of excitement, Yi Xian's divine sense swept through the thousands of honeycomb nodes in the entire Void Battle Tower. He was pleasantly surprised to find that other than the 2 8-star Ladle Emperors who had successfully broken through the bloodline shackles and advanced to the 9th stage of the Universe realm, there were actually 10 7-star Ladle Generals who were lucky. After breaking through the bloodline shackles, a ghost face also appeared on Ladle's back, and it became an 8-star Wang Ladle. The cultivation strength of these 10 newly advanced 8-star Wang ladles had also reached the 15th Great Realm, and they had become powerful figures of the Universe realm. However, they were only at the first stage of the Universe realm. In addition, the cultivation strength of the other 30 million Void ladles in the entire Soldier ladle race had also increased. This meant that if Yi Xian used the Void Battle Tower again, the power it displayed would be far greater than before. Finally, Yi Xian's gaze swept toward the Weeping Soul Battle Tower. Amongst the 4 Starry Sky Battle Talismans in Yi Xian's hands, if the Golden Time Battle Talisman was said to be the head of the dragon, then the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman that possessed the power of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman could be considered the second strongest existence. However, compared to the other 3 Starry Sky Battle Towers, the Weeping Soul Battle Tower had its own unique characteristics, because there was no so-called king or commander among the Weeping Soul Beasts that were the Weeping Soul Battle Tower's kinetic energy group. Sitting in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower was a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. The Weeping Soul Beast was a spiritual energy life form, and it was related to the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was the primordial supreme. This fellow was mysterious and strange, and in the battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly eye. Yi Xian's legacy painting on the fallen sky bow. It could be seen hibernating in the shadows of an abandoned star, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There must be a conspiracy behind this, and perhaps the countless Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Catacombs on Black Mountain Star had something to do with this. However, all of this did not matter. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape had lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Unfortunately, before this Weeping Soul Blood Horn could grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Ape, it encountered Yi Xian and was finally refined by the headless infant corpse. Chapter 3973. At that time, Yi Xian had provided some other special materials according to the system's requirements and completed the refinement process. In the end, these tens of millions of Weeping Soul Horns and some other precious crystal materials were refined into a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. It was blood red and nearly transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. A miniature Weeping Soul Blood Ape could be vaguely seen inside, and its shape was exactly the same as the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. It was similar, but much smaller, and was only the size of a palm. After this Weeping Soul Blood Crystal was refined by Yi Xian, it was placed in the core beehive of the Weeping Soul Battle Army. It controlled all of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts that were stationed in the Weeping Soul Battle Army, making them as obedient as the Void Soldier Ladle race. It had a special ability that could gather the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Void Battle Kara into one, and after amplification, shoot it out with a loud bang. In addition, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Kara had evolved after absorbing a large amount of hellish ant liquid from the Hell Ant tribe, turning from illusory Weeping Soul Beasts into flesh and blood Weeping Soul Green Apes. However, there were only about 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes among them. Their cultivation levels were considerably high, and they had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. As for the other Weeping Soul Green Apes, their cultivation was below the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was because of this that Yi Xian had a love-hate relationship with the Weeping Soul Battle Kara. He loved its terrifying Weeping Soul strength. Of the more than 30 million Weeping Soul Green Apes, only about 300,000 of them had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. This was absolutely amazing. However, he hated the fact that the bloodline evolution of these Weeping Soul Green Apes and Weeping Soul Golden Apes was very difficult to improve. Although the hellish ant liquid was extremely effective, it was only used once or twice in the beginning. The more it was used, the less effective the effect would be. Moreover, even the Hell Ant tribe would not be able to provide such a large amount of hellish ant liquid. This was really a headache. However, this time, he had unexpectedly obtained a large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist. In Yi Xian's opinion, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Azure Apes within the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll would definitely evolve once again because of this. Very soon, as Yi Xian's consciousness entered the Weeping Soul Battle Cave, he immediately discovered a pleasantly surprised scene. Just as he had expected, after absorbing a large amount of the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist, all of the Weeping Soul Azure Apes had indeed changed. The effect was actually better than the 300,000 lucky ones that had evolved into Weeping Soul Azure Apes. When it was the Golden Ape, it was even more obvious and swift. All of these Weeping Soul Azure Apes were originally at the Black Hole Realm, but after absorbing a large amount of lightning basin spirit mist, all of them had undergone a significant evolution in less than an hour. The green fur on the surface of their bodies gradually faded away, and new fur grew. However, it was no longer green, but golden. Yi Xian's consciousness swept through the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Talisman, but in the end, he did not find a single Weeping Soul Azure Ape. More than 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and their cultivation had skyrocketed to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just this alone was enough to raise the power of this Weeping Soul battle statue by several levels without any suspense. After all, among the 30 million Weeping Soul beasts inside the Weeping Soul War Talisman, there were only slightly more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and the rest were all Weeping Soul Azure Apes of the Black Hole realm. But now, the Weeping Soul Golden Apes had been popularized everywhere. As for the more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, they were fortunate enough to complete a high level of evolution in the last hellish ant liquid. This time, after absorbing a large amount of Luai's spiritual mist, their level of life had been greatly enhanced once again. While the other 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Grotto Heaven realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, the golden fur on the 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes had all faded away, and new fur had been replaced by dark purple fur. His cultivation base had soared from the Grotto Heaven realm to the Genesis realm, which was the 10th grand realm. At this point, the Weeping Soul War Talisman had finally completed a perfect transformation. Among the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Talisman, there were more than 30 million Grotto Heaven realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and more than 300,000 Genesis realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. The lineup was luxurious, and its power was definitely strong. According to Yi Xian's deduction and estimation, if it was utilized at full strength, then the current Weeping Soul War Talisman would be able to instantly annihilate experts below the cosmic realm. At this point, without exception, all the 4 War Talismans in Yi Xian's possession had undergone a gorgeous transformation. Yi Xian hadn't expected the gains he obtained from this trip to the Stellar Lightning Tomb, and unexpected pleasant surprises followed one after another. His cultivation had obtained successive breakthroughs, and merely his main body possessed a strength at the first rank of the Star Lord realm in his normal state. If he activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, entered the primeval Devil Ape state with 3 heads and 6 arms, and executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 4th transformation, then he would possess a combat strength at the Region Lord realm. Besides that, he'd even obtained a strand of the quintessence of lightning, and it assisted one of the 3 ancient gorgeous cultivators, the primordial lightning goddess, to reconstruct her lightning true body. The Shenong unusual flames within the farmer god cauldron had even evolved from 4-colored flames to 5-colored flames. Moreover, it was even bestowed with the unique attribute of lightning. The 4 War Talismans had undergone a collective and gorgeous transformation. The might of any one of them would far exceed its former might, and it would become one of the formidable reserves in Yi Xian's possession that couldn't be overlooked. If one were to say that before coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, putting aside the supreme existence of the headless infant corpse, Yi Xian's evaluation of his overall combat strength would only stop at being able to barely deal with an ordinary undying. Moreover, he would have to pay a heavy price. Now, under the circumstances that he paid an equivalent price, he was practically absolutely confident in his ability to fight a life-and-death battle with an undying. It was even to the extent that even if he encountered an undying, even if he was unable to crush that undying, he was rather confident in his ability to grit his teeth and disregard the consequences while forcefully fighting that undying to the point both sides suffered heavy injuries. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian was instantly filled with heroic spirits. After he waved his hand and placed the 4 War Talismans in the space before him into the undying world within his body, he utilized an entire 10 minutes of time before he was able to completely calm his extremely surging emotions. After that, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly before he turned around and shot towards the border of the Stellar Lightning Tomb. Based on the time that had passed, it had already been 6 days since he left the Devil Domain, and it would take almost another day for him to return. In other words, he'd been gone for an entire 7 days. Barring any mishaps, once they returned, the various races and top-notch forces of the three major planes would arrive one after another to deal with the demons. Chapter 3974. The Demon Domain. A huge fleet came from the depths of the first universe. As soon as they entered the edge of the Demon Domain, the army marched forward, heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. The current alliance of 10,000 races already had its own emblem. Almost all of the battleships of this huge fleet that was heading towards the Demon Emperor planet had this emblem painted on them. Obviously, this alliance army belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races of the first universe. The alliance of 10,000 races was originally a temporary thing created by the slave races of the first universe in order to fight against the alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants. It was definitely an extremely loose organization. However, from the looks of it, even the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the various races were painted with the insignia of the alliance. It was clear that this so-called Myriad Kingdom alliance was moving toward formalization, and it seemed like it would continue to develop in the long term. In fact, this was almost inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Even without the powerful alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants, the alliance of 10,000 kingdoms would be born soon. This was because although the Tianji race had migrated and avoided the world, they would still return one day. If the slave races of the first universe did not unite, they would not be able to resist at all. Once that day came, they would still be completely enslaved, or even worse, the current alliance of 10,000 races was still fighting against the demon race 4-race alliance. The latter was rushing to the star domain where the ancestral land of another race was located, and the main fleet of the alliance of 10,000 races was also gathering in that race's ancestral land. It could be said that although the alliance of 10,000 races had not been established for a long time, it had always been in the midst of blood and fire. Therefore, the pace of the alliance's overall formalization could be said to be faster and faster. The scene that happened in the Ash Wolf race at the beginning could no longer exist in the main force of the alliance of 10,000 races. There were all kinds of agreements and restrictions between the various races in all aspects. A situation where an entire huge fleet was annihilated because of the inadequacy of a high-ranking commander, it was impossible for it to happen again. This time, the Alliance fleet that was approaching the demonic Emperor planet didn't have a lot of warships, only 1 million of them, but almost all of them were castles and fortresses of various sizes. There were no star states that were 3,000 meters long. Inside these fortresses and strongholds were the elite warriors of the various races of the Alliance. This time, the ultimate goal of this 1 million elite fleet was to capture the demonic royal star and completely control the ancestral land and foundation of the demon dwellers. Taking this opportunity to pressure the 4 demon armies on the front lines and force them to surrender. This was definitely a vicious plan. If the demon emperor star fell, the allied forces of the 4 clans that were rushing to the ancestral star field of one of the Alliance's clans would undoubtedly collapse completely. The Devil Imperial Star was the foundation of the demon dwellers, and the current demon king Mo Wen Tian was still here. Once Mo Wen Tian and all the demon dwellers and the imperial family were controlled, the commanders of the 4 clans would have no choice but to surrender. Just a fleet of 1 million battleships, even if they were all elites, they were basically small castles and strongholds, and the 3 commanders were all sector lord old monsters. However, with such a force, it was clearly far from enough to capture the demonic Emperor Star. Although the demon dwellers had sent out 10 million troops to lead the allied forces, the 3 demonic Emperor Stars still had over 10 million battleships stationed there. As for the high-end battle force, the demon dwellers also had their own resources. According to the estimation of the outside world, if the demon emperor planet was in danger, the demon dwellers would be able to awaken a bloodline ancestor in advance at a certain price. If the estimates were correct, the demon dwellers would have at least 1 immortal old monster. This was also the result of an immortal old monster from one of the Alliance's clans who was proficient in the art of deduction. Adding the royal brother Mo Jinfeng who had the ability to kill immortal rank existences, the demon dwellers basically had 2 immortal rank battle strength. At this time, the three-sector Lord Old Monsters in charge of the Alliance's elite fleet were gathered in the top-floor command cabin of the flagship with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with the fleet's current maximum speed, will reach the Demon Emperor star field in 2 days. At that time, as long as the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng or the Demon Dweller's immortal old ancestor appear, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance will immediately descend. Although the Demon Dwellers are strong, facing the 4 immortal old monsters of our Alliance, they have no power to resist at all. This battle is destined to end at an unprecedented speed. This is also the unanimous request of the Alliance's upper echelons after discussion. After all, as the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body spread, the former Federation of the Second Universe, including the human race's technology and cultivation camps, as well as the isolated Wan Luo Federation headquarters, have all taken action and are sending armies to the First Universe. The universe is rushing over. I have to say, the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body has provided the best excuse for them to openly invade. Once the Demon Emperor 3 stars and the 4 Race Alliance army fall into their hands, the situation of the entire First Universe will become even more complicated. Our alliance of 10,000 races will fall into eternal damnation. In the past, it was only the Tianji clan who enslaved us. Now, the Demon Dwellers and the 4 Race Alliance army plan to replace us, and if the Demon Dwellers and the 4 Race Alliance army fall into the hands of the human race and the races of the Second Universe and be controlled by them, at that time, the races of our alliance will no longer have a chance to turn the tables. The human race and the races of the Second Universe will suppress us. We will be squeezed and oppressed until we can't even breathe. This situation is absolutely not allowed to happen. Therefore, we must completely control the Demon Emperor 3 stars before the fleets of the human race and the races of the Second Universe arrive at the Demon Dweller's star field. Only then can the overall situation be considered settled. At the end of the speech, the 3-sector Lord Old Monsters sent by the various races of the Alliance exchanged a look and immediately stood up. 2 of them disappeared in a flash and went to the left and right corners of the fleet they were in charge of. As for the Sector Lord Old Monster who stayed in the main flagship fortress in the center of the fleet, his eyes flashed as he immediately gave a new order: all battleships, travel at full speed. Within a day, we must reach the Demon Emperor star field. At the same time, all the ship cannons begin to charge to full capacity. The next battle will begin the moment the fleet arrives at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Rumble. Chapter 3975. The Inner Defense Circle of the 3 Stars of the Devil Emperor. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. Before the powerful elite fleet of the Alliance of all races entered the Demon Star area, the Demon Emperor planet had already received the intelligence relayed by the scouts in the front. At this time, the vast void within the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor was already a sea of battleships. The tens of millions of battleships left behind by the Devil Emperor were densely packed in the universe void of the inner defense circle, protecting the 3 stars in the center. The defense was like an iron bucket, almost pouring water. It was difficult to enter. In addition to the tens of millions of battleships, the 6 starry sky battleships left behind at the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor were also pushed into the void. In the center of the outermost line of defense, the 6 huge trumpets were facing the void deep in the First Universe, which was also the direction where the million elite troops of the alliance of 10,000 races were coming from. Behind the inner defense line, the current Devil Emperor Mo Tian and other senior members of the Devil Emperor royal family were discussing the battle situation in a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all looked worried. This time, the alliance of 10,000 races only sent 1,000,000 battleships. Even if they are all big and small fortresses and can be called elite troops, it is absolutely impossible for them to take down the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor with only these. Moreover, although they must know that the races of the Second Universe, the human race of the Third Universe, and the Wan Luo Federation have also taken action, they will never have the intention to join forces with them. They even hope to control the overall situation before the forces from outside the dimensions arrive. Therefore, in addition to the million elite battleship army on the surface, the alliance of 10,000 races must have other arrangements in the dark. If there is no accident, there should be more than one immortal-level existence on the move. There is no doubt about this, but even so, we devils are not afraid. Although we only have one immortal, he is a marquis. One marquis is enough to crush 10 ordinary immortals. I think the alliance of 10,000 races will only send 3 or 4 immortals at most, even if the forces from outside the dimensions are counted. At most, there will be a dozen immortals. We are not afraid at all. Unfortunately, there is a time difference. According to the information from the scouts in the second and third universes, it will take at least a week for the extraterrestrial forces in these two directions to pass through the wormhole and enter the edge of the Demonkin star region at the frontier of the first universe. However, the millions of forces of the Myriad Races Alliance, the elites, will arrive within a day. What if they attack as soon as they descend? At that time, my clan's old ancestor won't know whether to attack or not. Once we make a move, we'll be exposed in advance. I'm afraid that the forces outside the material plane will retreat immediately. Our original plan to give them a painful beating and buy as much time as possible for the allied forces of the 4 races at the front line to unify the entire material plane will probably fall through. The key is that our young friend Jianghu didn't come back. Otherwise, as long as he was there, even if he couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 immortal realm old monsters at the same time, he could at least scare them a little. At least the 4 Star Wars in his hands are all real, unlike us. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are 6 palaces lined up in the void. There's only one that can be activated. If we're forced into a corner, I'm afraid we'll be exposed in an instant. Now, we can only hope that our young friend Jianghu can arrive in time before the battle begins. At this point, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family immediately revealed awkward expressions. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The next day, the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance finally arrived. 1,000,000 battleships sailed at extreme speed and were already less than 10 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. 1,000,000 battleships, all big and small fortresses, and all the cannons on the battleships had been fully charged on the way here at extreme speed. In the command cabin on the top floor of the central flagship, the Realm Lord Old Monster from the evil spirit race sneered and immediately gave the order to open fire. 1,000,000 battleships fired at the same time. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Among the 1,000,000 battleships, there were almost no stellar-level ships that were 3,000 meters long. All of them were big and small fortresses. Naturally, the main cannons of the battleships were all black antimatter energy death ray cannons. This scene was absolutely shocking. 1,000,000 energy light beams of the battleship's cannons, although their diameters varied, were all as black as ink. At this moment, they were shooting at extreme speed from the void in front of them, covering the sky and earth, imperceptibly emitting a suffocating aura of destruction. Facing all this, the upper echelons of the demon race were dumbfounded. In the central area of the 10,000,000 battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wentian's angry roar instantly sounded from a command fortress. D***, crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately. Also, the 6 battleships at the front, retreat immediately. D***, this is the rhythm of being exposed. Mo Wentian was indeed furious. According to his and the upper echelons of the demon race's estimation, Yi Xian, who had left in a hurry because of something, should be able to return within a day. With him around, they could completely delay the time a little longer. 2 to 3 days would not be a problem. Basically, they could wait until the forces from the dimensions also entered the demon star field. At that time, no matter which side attacked, the demon race's marquis immortal bloodline ancestor would be able to attack without any scruples. In other words, the problem that Mo Wen Tian originally faced was just to delay the battle as much as possible. When Yi Xian returned, there would be no more problems. This was not a difficult thing. In a space battle of more than 1,000,000 battleships, the two sides would need half a day to set up camp and confront each other in the void. Then, they would have a war of words and shouting at each other, and another half a day would pass. But what he did not expect was that this time, the other side did not play by the rules at all. They did not say a word as soon as they came, and directly went crazy. What was worse was that this 1,000,000-strong elite fleet was actually all big and small fortresses and strongholds. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away now, these big antimatter energy death light cannons of all sizes were all within range. And the speed was extremely fast. But the 6 battleships of their camp stood in the center of the front line, and if they did not retreat immediately, they would definitely be exposed immediately. There would be no end to the trouble, unfortunately, although he immediately gave the order to evacuate the 6 battleships from the front line, it was still too late. A large number of antimatter energy light beams had already bombarded the front line of the camp. Rumble. Boom, a huge explosion sound was heard, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void, including 2 battleships. Of course, these 2 battleships were both fake. Chapter 3976. Rumble. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void. Among them, there were even 2 space battleships with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The 2 behemoths exploded with a loud bang, but there was nothing in the beehive nodes that collapsed. It was completely empty without any substance. At this point, the secret of the demon dwellers genre was finally exposed unexpectedly. Facing this scene, the current generation demon king Mo Wen Tian and the other upper echelons of the demon royal family were dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their minds were buzzing. At this moment, the explosions at the front lines were still going on. The first wave of millions of antimatter energy death ray cannons of various sizes had taken out at least hundreds of thousands of demon-kin warships, all of them exploding into giant dazzling fireballs in the void. However, the upper echelons of the demon royal family acted as if they didn't see this. Now, their minds were buzzing, and all they could see was that as the 2 space battleships exploded, the demons' war was exposed, and a series of serious consequences would follow. Compared to all that, the destruction of the hundreds of thousands of warships was really nothing. It was simply insignificant. In fact, the moment the 2 space battleships exploded, in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the 3 sector lord-level commanders of the 1,000,000 elite battleships of the 10,000 Races Alliance also opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded on the spot. There was even a large number of gasps from the top command cabins of several flagship fortresses. What's going on? Is that the demon space battleship? It was actually destroyed by 2 energy beams from the death ray cannon? And it's a complete disintegration. This is simply illogical. Don't tell me there's not even an energy shield. Energy shield my ass, this is just an empty shell. Look at those collapsed beehive nodes, it's all empty inside, there's not even a hair. Liar. The demons are all liars. There are indeed a few space battleships, but the one left in the 3 stars of the Demon King is definitely not the real thing. It's just a decorative vase, probably other than being able to travel in space. It doesn't have any other function. Just like a piece of paper, it disintegrated with one blast. I was almost fooled by them. Is this the demon's weapon of mass destruction? It's so infuriating. As these cries of surprise rang out, the second volley of the 1,000,000-strong elite fleet began. Boom! Boom! In the void, the energy beams of the antimatter death ray cannons of various sizes weaved into a net and blasted forward. At this time, after the initial panic caused by being caught off guard, the tens of millions of troops of the demon camp had quickly restored order. All the battleships had activated their energy shields, and the fortresses on the front line of the battlefield had launched a counterattack immediately. The void resounded as countless energy beams danced and intertwined. The current Devil Emperor, Mo Wentian, roared out a new order in anger. Among the 4 retreating Starry Sky battleships, the one that could be activated suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. There were a large number of Devil Cultivator experts in the thousands of beehive-shaped node battleships. It could be said that there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 8 major tribes of the Devil Cultivator race, and in each beehive node, there would be a high priest or emperor of the Devil Cultivator race. There were high-level members of the demon race who were proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. Finally, it turned into a powerful spiritual power pulse, connecting the huge special material tube-shaped objects to the nodes, and converging toward the smallest inner circle of the mouth of the horn. All of the spiritual power pulses gathered from these thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 imperial demon race powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest inner circle of the horn. After being enlarged by the 9 layers of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible spiritual hurricane at the starry sky level, bombarding the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a killing weapon, and the spiritual hurricane was invisible and couldn't be resisted at all. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses, and strongholds were useless. At this moment, under the current Devil Emperor, Mo Wentian's roar, the only spiritual battleship that could be activated finally let out a shocking roar. From the thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of streams of mind power flowed through the pipes and surged to the core node of the core circle. Then, under the roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, the spiritual power instantly collapsed like a tsunami. Roar! The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer layers of the spiritual battle armor, and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and in an instant, it suddenly blasted out. Whoosh, boom, rumble. In an instant, a large number of clear tearing sounds came from the front, covering the sky and the earth. The void within 1,000,000 miles was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. In a few of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. They were all in the void in front of the huge horn, separated by a certain distance from each other. As these void vortexes suddenly appeared, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out, swallowing countless black antimatter energy light beams in the blink of an eye. More than 100,000 fortresses and strongholds of the enemy camp were also swallowed, falling into the void turbulence. They were exiled and completely disappeared. Not long after, the spiritual battleship of the demon race showed its power again. With just one attack, more than 100,000 of the million elite battleships of the enemy camp were destroyed, and the overall combat power of the enemy camp lost 20%. However, the price the demon race paid was not small. Under the full-force attack, the spiritual power of the tens of millions of demon race powerhouses that were the driving force of the battleship was almost depleted, and in a short time, they could no longer fight. Very soon, after the spirit warriors roared out this monstrous spirit storm, they quickly retreated at the first possible moment. On the opposite side of the enemy camp, the 3-sector Lord Old monsters who were commanding the army showed a sinister smile on their faces. One of them suddenly roared, "You want to use this to scare our army? You're only making it more conspicuous." Chapter 3977. Boom. Rumble. Not long after, the spirit battle cry was fully activated once again. Hundreds of thousands of large and small fortresses of the enemy camp were destroyed. Clear sounds of tearing rang out like rain, covering the sky and earth. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void space was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void space turbulence was shot out. Among them, at a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a black hole-like void whirlpool, all located in the void space in front of the huge trumpet mouth, separated by a certain distance from each other. One had to admit that such a scene was indeed frightening enough, and it was a ghastly sight. But all this did not frighten the commanders of this elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance. A sector lord old monster roared and gave the order to immediately launch the third wave of attacks. The void ahead had already been torn apart, turning into an isolation zone that acted as a barrier. Not only could the battleships not pass through this vast area of 1,000,000 miles, even the energy light beam fired by the battleship cannons could not pass through. The more than 800,000 large and small fortresses of the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance did not hesitate to split into two, avoiding this isolation zone, and simultaneously launched the third wave of attacks. This was forcing the demons to reveal their true trump card. The three sector lord old monsters of the Myriad Races Alliance stationed this elite fleet only had to push this battle to a white-hot level as soon as possible, and let the final decisive battle arrive. The several immortal old monsters of their camp made them extremely confident in the final result of this battle. The demon race would definitely be conquered today, but all this had to be done before the forces of the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, and the power of the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. As soon as the entire fleet arrived, they immediately launched 3 waves of attacks without stopping. Their purpose was to force the demon's trump card, which was the immortal old monster, to make a move. Once this person appeared, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance hidden in the dark would immediately descend and kill him in one fell swoop. At that time, everything would be settled. Rumble. Boom, violent explosions rang out one after another, and the void was illuminated. The vast expanse of void outside the defensive perimeter of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been completely transformed into a cruel land of blood and fire. Every minute, every second, there were battleships exploding, and there were lives withering. In the void, countless energy light beams of various sizes interweaved into a net, vividly displaying the beauty of desolation and destruction. It even revealed the brilliance of blooming radiance. Half a day later, the elite fleet of the Alliance that had passed through the left and right sides of the void vortex finally succeeded in meeting. In this half a day, nearly 200,000 large and small fortresses were blown into space dust. At this time, after passing through the void vortex area and successfully meeting, these 600,000 large and small fortresses were only 1,000,000 miles away from the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. The main ship cannons of any battleship in the fleet had entered the firing range, and were ready to directly bombard any of the 3 stars of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. In the command cabin on the top floor of the main flagship fortress, a sector lord old monster's sinister laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Kikik, although we have paid a heavy price, but today, we have finally forced them into the firing range of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. Past this old man's order, all battleships, immediately go all out to charge, and launch the last wave of attacks in 30 seconds. Concentrate your firepower and blow up the demonic Emperor 2, 600,000 large and small fortresses and 600,000 terrifying energy light beams of antimatter death ray cannons. If all of them were to focus on one point and lock onto the demonic Emperor 2, by then, even the energy shield of the demonic Emperor 2 stars would not be able to withstand and would be blown apart. In this way, the final result was more than 90% that the entire star would be blown into a pile of space dust. A total of 600,000 black death ray energy light beams were enough to blow the demonic Emperor 2 stars into pieces, and one of the 2 demonic Emperor 3 stars would be history, and one of the 2 satellites would disappear forever in the river of history. Among them, this was the vicious plan of the 3 sector lord old monsters, using this to force the demonic Emperor 2 stars to make a move. As the order was given, the 600,000 large and small fortresses that had approached the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars ceased fire at this moment, but the huge main ship cannons began to adjust their direction, all pointing at the demonic Emperor 2 stars 1,000,000 miles away. The purpose of this action was too obvious. they were clearly going to launch a barrage and completely blow up the demonic Emperor 2 stars. In the void, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars were aghast as they exclaimed, "Heavens, this bunch of bastards are definitely crazy, charging forward at all costs, their final goal is finally revealed. Too arrogant, they actually want to make a move on the demonic Emperor 3 stars. 600,000 large and small fortresses launching a barrage of main ship cannons, they are clearly going to completely wipe out the demonic Emperor 2 stars. Stop them, we must stop them immediately. It's too late, at most 30 seconds, this barrage will begin, there's no way to stop it." Amidst the exclamations, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars had ashen faces. They were too careless, they actually didn't see through the enemy's plan, allowing these 600,000 large and small fortresses to complete their rapid advance in just half a day, approaching the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars and entering the effective range to directly bombard the demonic Emperor 3 stars. After this round of barrage, even if the demonic Emperor 2 stars was not completely destroyed, it would be half crippled and would be removed from the stage of history. For the demonic Emperor, this was definitely an unbearable and heavy loss, and it might even endanger the foundation of their race. After all, in addition to a large number of demonic Emperor 2 stars and clan powerhouses, there were also countless important facilities on the demonic Emperor 2 stars. For the demonic Emperor 2 stars, this was definitely a strategic level foundation. There was no room for error. However, all of this was destroyed in just 30 seconds. Thinking of this consequence, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars, led by the current demonic Emperor Mo Wentian, were all enraged, their eyes turning red. Xiao. It was also at this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Because the speed was so fast, the sound of breaking through the air could be clearly heard in the background of this rumbling explosion. Subconsciously, the eyes of the upper echelons and countless powerhouses of the two sides all gathered towards the sound. Chapter 3978. At the most critical moment, Yi Xian finally returned. Riding the void-shattering shuttle that was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, he directly charged into the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. The distance of tens of millions of kilometers was actually crossed in a short span of time. Even the Realm Master Old Monsters were shocked when they saw this. This speed was definitely not inferior to theirs. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not match it. Today, it was displayed on a small private battleship that was only 1,000 meters long. This was too shocking. In the surrounding void, cries of alarm rang out like a tide. Countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air as hissing sounds could be heard. Heavens, what happened? Where did such a terrifying small private battleship come from? It is indeed terrifying. With this speed, even the Sector Lord Old Monsters would be shocked. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would not be able to catch up at all. It would be thrown out of the way. True space travel, but it is like jumping through the void. In less than a breath, it is already tens of millions of li. This is too abnormal. Black technology. It is definitely black technology. It is like a great space battle with the devil brother Mo Jinfeng. It is simply shocking. It should be right. He called himself this king and said that he came back. Who else could the owner of this small private battleship be but the devil brother Mo Jinfeng? Space treasure. This is definitely a space treasure grade small private battleship. The devil brother is too heaven-defying. Refining equipment is like cheating. Even the master refiners of the human race camp have never heard of anyone who could create a space treasure grade battleship, but it appeared in his hands. Following the exclamations, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into the undying world within his body. Previously, the situation was urgent and he had no choice but to use the void-shattering shuttle. Although this small private battleship had undergone the last refinement and looked different from when it was exposed in Prince Xian's hands, his shadow was still there. If he left it outside, it would be spied on. After a long time, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. If that was the case, Prince Xian's identity would be exposed. Although his foundation was far from what it was in the past after experiencing the fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian didn't want to expose Prince Xian's identity and bring trouble to Triumph City because of it. A large batch of resources and battleships had just been sent over. What Triumph City needed now was time to develop. First Order Star Lord? This. As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the upper echelons of the Devil royal family heaved a sigh of relief. But then, they all gasped in shock. The cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body was clearly at the first level of the Star Lord level. Although he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and entered the true form of the three-headed, six-armed Devil Ape, he was still able to possess the battle prowess of a Star Lord. However, Yi Xian was clearly in his human form, which meant that the Star Lord cultivation he was displaying was his true strength. Another breakthrough? How many days had it been? He actually became a star-old monster in a flash? These thoughts flashed in their minds. The upper echelons of the Devil royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, turned to look at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. One had to know that when he left the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation was only at the third level of the universe. In fact, even that early-stage universe realm cultivation level, he had just broken through not long ago. Who would have thought that after leaving for a few days, he would break through again? Moreover, it was several small levels in a row, directly jumping from Third Order Universe Realm to First Order Star Lord. This was simply unheard of, too inconceivable. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. Then, he used the 9 Devil Ape Transformation bloodline ability. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. First Transformation. With a violent roar, the ancient Devil Ape's body size suddenly increased, and an inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body instantly, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient Devil Ape's 3 true forms Qi, blood, and cultivation power were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, the body of the ancient Devil Ape, which was only 100 feet tall, directly jumped to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Second Transformation. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came again, and the ancient Devil Ape real form soared to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Third Transformation. With another roar, as the third transformation of the ancient Devil Ape was launched, the surging Qi and blood power in the 3 true forms soared again, surging like a roaring river, directly driving the ancient Devil Ape real form with 3 heads and 6 arms to expand rapidly like a balloon. From the original height of 1,000 feet, it quickly reached 100,000 feet. However, that was obviously not the end. The last roar was heard at this moment. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Fourth Transformation. The roar shook the surroundings. The 3 heads of the ancient Devil Ape roared at the same time, and a corner of the void trembled slightly. The ancient Devil Ape's bloodline true form, which was 30,000 feet tall, instantly became 10 times larger like a balloon that had been blown up, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. In the end, when the ancient Devil Ape's body was fixed at a terrifying height of 300,000 m, the aura it emanated had risen by an entire realm. It had risen from the first rank of the Star Lord realm when Yi Xian was in human form to the first rank of the Region Lord realm. In just 2 breaths, his strength had increased by a whole realm. He had transformed into a Star Lord into a Domain Lord. Coupled with the monstrous blood energy inside his body that was as vast as a sea of smoke, it was absolutely infuriating. Now, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to fight with an ordinary Sector Lord old monster. The countless experts on both sides in the void were completely dumbfounded by all of this. However, Yi Xian didn't stop. This was because when he'd just arrived and was still in the distant void, he'd already seen through the danger that the demon guard was facing. A calamity that could be called a calamity was about to descend. The only reason he had risked exposing his identity as Prince Xian and summoned the void-shattering shuttle to rush to the defense of the 3 stars as quickly as possible was to prevent all of this from happening. Boom! With a wave of his hand, one of the 4 battle garrisons of the undying world in his body was summoned. It was entirely crimson, and it was exactly the blood mosquito battle garrisons. Chapter 3979. Space Battle? Courting Death. Yi Xian appeared and charged into the inner defensive circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars at an extremely fast speed. He just so happened to be in the middle of Demon Guard 2, which had already been locked onto as the target of the bombardment, and the 600,000 strongholds, large and small, that were 500,000 kilometers away. Seeing this, one of the 3-sector Lord Old Monsters of the enemy camp laughed sinisterly. His killing intent soared to the sky as he gave the order to fire with all his might. In the next instant, the main cannons of the 600,000 strongholds opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of antimatter death ray energy beams weaved into a net and shot towards Demon Guard 2. Yi Xian's figure didn't move. He and the blood mosquito battle claw beneath his feet would definitely be the first to charge forward. If nothing unexpected happened, these 600,000-plus Black Death light cannons would continue forward after blasting Yi Xian and the blood mosquito battle claw into pieces. In the end, Demon Guard 2 wouldn't be able to escape today's calamity. Yi Xian had long since expected all of this, but he wasn't afraid at all. As the blood mosquito war claw was activated, he immediately gave the order to attack with all his might at the beehive's main node. Wang, the mosquito beast Prince Xue Ben immediately responded. With a light whistle, the order was transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes. The intense high-frequency buzzing sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings rang out. 40 million fierce mosquito beasts flapped their wings at the same time and gathered together. They gathered from the beehive nodes towards the core node of the 9th circle. This large piece of space was about to be disturbed to the point of trembling at this moment. Screech! In less than a second, a sharp roar rang out. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the blood mosquito war RA. After being amplified by the war Ra's special form, when it left the largest outer layer of the war RA, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the space. Its speed was extremely fast. An invisible ripple similar to the dense fish scales on the surface of the water spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Then, it collided head-on with the pillars of energy from the cannons on the opposite side. Xiao! Xiao! An incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart abruptly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams that came into contact with the airship cannon, without exception, all of them abruptly paused. Then, as if they were affected by some kind of powerful reverse thrust, all of them turned around and shot back. Moreover, they shot back in a state of continuous acceleration, at least twice as fast as when they came. Hundreds of thousands of Black Death ray energy beams were completely repelled and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second, they blasted into the fortresses of various sizes that had just shot them out. Boom! Rumble! A series of deafening booms rang out one after another. A dense rain of explosions filled the air. Millions of miles ahead, at the very front of the enemy camp, huge fireballs appeared one after another. The 600,000 battleships had just fired a round of shots, and in less than 3 seconds, the cannons had turned around and fired back. This was too shocking. Caught off guard, not many battleships could avoid this strange bombardment. Huge fireballs exploded one after another, illuminating that corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars were exploding. The power was earth-shattering. Even if these battleships propped up energy defensive shields, it was useless. The distance of the beam of light that was shot back was not far, and the speed was too fast. It was twice as fast as when it was shot out. Caught off guard, it led to such a tragic result. A round of bombardment finally buried themselves. Of the 600,000 fortresses of various sizes, except for some of the stronger masters who rushed out of the fortresses in time and escaped into the void with a horrified look on their faces and avoided this disaster, all the other masters were turned into flying ashes in the continuous explosions. If it were in the past, even if the blood mosquito war beast launched a full-power attack, it would not be able to create such a shocking effect. After all, the distance was too close. The structure of the Starry Sky War Beast was destined to maximize its power. It must be amplified by a certain distance. Although the distance of 1,000,000 miles was enough for the special frequency hurricane in the mouth of the War Beast to form a fan-shaped shockwave, it was still too close after all, and the amplification was not maximized. If it was in the past, although the Blood Mosquito War Wolf's all-out attack would be able to block more than half of the energy pillars, there would definitely be a few that would escape the net and still pose a threat to Yi Xian and the Blood Mosquito War Wolf. Even Demon Guard too would be affected to some extent. But now, after experiencing the good fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, all problems no longer existed. The Thunder Pool Spirit Mist caused all the mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes, including the Mosquito Prince Xue Ben, to have their strength increase explosively. Their life levels had also increased by quite a bit. As a result, the might of the Blood Mosquito War Beast's full-power attack had already surpassed its previous strength by a few times. Even if it was at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, it was sufficient to destroy all of these 600,000 strongholds. At this point, the danger of Demon Guard 2's destruction had been resolved, and it was even to the extent that the curtains to the suppression of the Devilman race had almost been drawn. The 1,000,000+ battleships dispatched by the Alliance of Clans had been completely destroyed, and only a few experts had escaped from the battleships. Amongst them included those 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm. However, after they charged out of their respective flagship strongholds with astounded expressions, they didn't even stop for a moment, and they immediately shot towards the distance like stray dogs at the first possible moment. It was useless even if they stayed behind. After activating the Devil Ape bloodline within his body and entering the state of the Devil Ape true body, his cultivation had attained the Region Lord realm. Coupled with the powerful vital energy within his enormous true body, he was already capable of defeating the Devilman race beast under the circumstances that he didn't utilize any other ability. He was able to fight for supremacy with the World Lord realm. But in reality, he'd only utilized one of the 4 war talismans in his possession. Especially the Golden Time Talisman, it could even crush Eternal Realm experts, so merely 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm didn't possess the qualifications to fight it at all. In reality, there was utterly no need for them to stay behind because their mission was complete. Even though the true reserves of the Devilman race hadn't appeared, it was the same as Mo Jinfeng showing himself. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance that were hiding in the shadows were about to descend very soon, and they would attack at the same time to annihilate Mo Jinfeng. In that way, they would be able to force the Eternal Realm experts of the Devilman race to show themselves. In practically the next instant, numerous furious roars that shook the heavens resounded from 4 different directions in the distance. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance of Clans had finally descended. Roar! Roar! Little Mo, you've finally shown yourself. Let me see how you'll escape calamity today. Chapter 3980. The 4 Immortal Realm Masters descended at the same time. Before their figures appeared, the terrifying Immortal Realm pressure had already shaken this part of the void. The universe tens of millions of miles away was dead silent. More than half of the Demon Dweller star area seemed to have been imprisoned at this moment. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in the void. It felt like an Immortal Realm old monster with monstrous demonic flames. Just one Immortal Realm old monster was enough to suppress a part of the void. Now that 4 Immortal Realm old monsters had arrived together, the Demon Dweller star area was destined to experience a test of life and death today. Crack, a crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In 4 different directions, for void cracks appeared in the universe. For Immortal Realm old monsters with astonishing auras descended almost at the same time. And all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. Although they were not very big, only tens of thousands of feet, this was the result of the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters' special control. When one reached the Immortal Realm, even if they showed their bloodline true bodies, they did not need to rely on the size of their body to obtain the majestic power of chi and blood. Seeing the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters descend with supreme pressure, the originally expressionless ancient ape demon suddenly grinned with a strange expression on its face. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he put the blood mosquito battle talisman under his feet into his undying world. Then, with another wave of his hand, the golden time talisman was taken out by him. It was still hanging under his feet, with its huge mouth pointing forward. The Immortal Realm old monster descending from this direction was a blood-crowned fox dove. Its huge body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was half fox and half dove. It had the body of a fox, a huge pink tail dragging behind it, but its head was that of a dove. Its red crown was as red as blood, and its triangular eyes were vicious, locking on to Yi Xian. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling, as if 2 cold lights were plundering his flesh and soul. Because of this, Yi Xian's face darkened, and he decided to deal with this blood-crowned fox dove first. Just as the blood-crowned fox dove stepped out of the spatial rift, the other 3 Immortal Realm old monsters also stepped out of the spatial rifts and descended. It was a rainbow flame thunder sparrow. Its entire body was steaming with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had a faint lightning glow stretching back and forth. Obviously, this colorful flame thunder sparrow had powerful lightning power. Its beak was extremely sharp, not only tricolored flames, but also silver thunder lightning. Even Immortal Realm old monsters of the same level. The 3rd Immortal Realm old monster was a baleful black demon tiger. Its whole body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even had a lustrous luster. However, more than half of this baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from an endless distance, one could feel a wave of demonic evil chi, which was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Obviously, the black fog around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This baleful black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Although it was full of demonic evil chi, it gave people a feeling that it was as calm as water. This was obviously very contradictory, but it was perfectly combined into one body, revealing a strong sense of mystery. The last Immortal Realm old monster looked much more ordinary. It could be seen everywhere in the void of the 3 big plains. It was actually a flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a kind of powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Although it only had 1 or more pairs of huge wings compared to the ordinary centipedes, its degree of fierceness was many times higher. More importantly, the poison sac in the body of this flying centipede could actually evolve. As its cultivation and strength increased, the poison secreted by the poison sac became more and more terrifying. Normally, a flying centipede only had 1 pair of wings on its back, but this immortal-level flying centipede had 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its dark green body. This showed that its speed was very fast, and at the same time, the degree of evolution of its life level was very high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede's life level was the wings on its back. An Immortal Realm old monster represented his powerful cultivation and strength, but the 9 pairs of blood-red wings represented the degree of evolution of his life level. 9 was the limit, which showed that this Immortal Realm flying centipede's life level of evolution had reached the peak of this species. The poison secreted by the poison sac in its body was so horrible that even an Immortal Realm old monster would be poisoned to the ground in an instant. The four Immortal Realm old monsters were approaching from 4 different directions, but their speed was not very fast. Obviously, they were not in a hurry. With the mentality of a cat and a mouse, they treated this battle as a hunting game. Rumble, in the void, the sound of explosions was still going on. The previous battle had destroyed millions of forts and fortresses of the alliance of 10,000 races. The demon race had lost even more battleships, more than 2 million. After all, the elite battleships of the alliance of 10,000 races did not care about their lives at all. They only wanted to advance as fast as possible, and their lethality was extraordinary. The demon race had paid a great price for this. Although this battle lasted less than a day, more than 3 million battleships of various types were destroyed. Now, they were scattered in the void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Some of them had been burned to ashes, leaving only the thick keels of some battleships lying in the void, like cosmic garbage. Ordinary. However, more battleships were still emitting light and heat. The following explosions were heard from time to time, illuminating the entire void. In such an environment of blood and fire, countless demon race experts in the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Except for a few core senior members of the royal family who knew the real power of the demon race, the rest were all pale. The arrival of the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters at the same time, and they were slowly approaching from 4 different directions. This was definitely a real catastrophe of life and death. In the eyes of most demon race experts and members of the demon race, this time, the demon race was almost dead. They were doomed to the tragic fate of being exterminated. Calmly, the current demon emperor, Mo soon gave the order to shrink the defense circle. Tens of millions of battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the demon emperor were all evacuated. They entered the inner defense circle and clustered in the void outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They were not qualified to participate in this level of battle. The reason why they shrank the defense circle was just to avoid being involved in the battle. Chapter 3981. At this moment, when the 10 million battleships of the Devil race had retreated to the inner perimeter and activated the grand defensive formation of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor star, an enormous defensive barrier of energy had appeared. Besides the expanse of battleship wreckage that filled the field of vision, only Yi Xian's figure remained in the outside space. He was even standing proudly by himself. Besides that, there were 4 Eternal Realm experts approaching slowly from extremely far away in 4 different directions of the Devil Emperor star region. At this moment, such a scene was deeply engraved into the hearts of the countless devil race experts that had retreated to the inner perimeter. Moreover, this scene was bound to become an eternal mark that couldn't be erased unless their lives were ended. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation had greatly improved compared to when he left a few days ago, even if he activated the devil ape bloodline within his body and revealed the true form of a 3-headed 6-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only at the first level of the Region Lord realm. After the Region Lords was the World Lords, and after that was the Universe realm, and only after that was the Eternal realm. There were 2 realms of cultivation between the first rank of Region Lords and the Eternal realm experts, and the gap of a single rank was usually reflected in the gap between experts in the starry sky. Yet now, Yi Xian was facing Eternal Realm experts that surpassed him by 2 realms with a cultivation at the Region Lord realm. Moreover, he was fighting 4 of them by himself, yet he didn't reveal the slightest fear and revealed a calm expression. No matter what the final outcome of this battle was, merely the supreme bearing he revealed right now was something that was bound to go down in history. It was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Numerous sighs of praise resounded from afar. The 4 Eternal Realm experts had spoken successively. Even though their voices carried a ridiculing tone, their sighs of emotion were clearly heartfelt. As expected of the number 1 expert amongst the younger generation whose 4 great monstrous geniuses. Merely this courage is sufficient to make you feel proud. Even this exalt has no choice but to sigh with admiration. The devil race can be considered to possess extraordinary karmic luck to have actually produced such a monstrous genius, the #1 expert amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately, they were too hasty in the end and exposed their ambitions too early. Otherwise, in the future, once you've truly matured, the devil race might have been able to unify the entire dimension. It's possible. Don't make a mistake. No matter how monstrous your natural talent is, you're only a so-called monstrous genius amongst the younger generation before you've truly matured, and you aren't a peerless expert. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either surrender or kill. He actually utilized this golden war cry. Obviously, he's on the verge of death. Little Mo, do you really think that you can kill an immortal realm-old monster with just this inconspicuous starry sky battle? Although a single tide of 10,000 years was astonishing, it was still unable to shake the existence of the immortal realm. The last words came from the blood-crowned fox dove that was located in the void in front of the Battle of Time. As he spoke, his pair of sinister triangular eyes were firmly locked onto Yi Xian. His aura was incomparably sinister, causing people to feel as if there was a blade at their backs. Coupled with his hoarse and dry voice, it drilled into their ears. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian was already extremely unhappy. Previously, the details of the battle between Yi Xian and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had not been leaked out. Countless experts of the devil race had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. In addition, it had only been a short time. Even if there was no impenetrable wall in the world, the truth would not have been revealed so quickly. Therefore, the outside world only knew that there was an immortal realm-old monster in the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation who was annihilated by Mo Jufeng, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the demon domain. However, no one knew exactly how he did it. However, one thing was certain. Before the Eternal Realm expert died, Mo Jufeng had activated the Golden War Cry of Time, inciting the power of the Tide of Time and bombarding it repeatedly. Before he died, that Eternal Realm old freak of the Senate had been injured by several waves of the Golden Tide of Time. Because of this, when they saw Yi Xian wave his hand to put away the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman and then take out the rumored Golden Age Battle Talisman, the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters that were slowly approaching immediately cast their gazes over. Unfortunately, in their opinion, this Golden War Cry of Time was far from enough to threaten the existence of the Eternal Realm expert. The power of Eternal Realm experts' Tide of Time was still too weak. It was obvious that they believed that Yi Xian was bluffing. Their hearts must have been filled with despair, but they struggled on the verge of death and pretended that nothing had happened. They were calm and collected, and even took out this battle of time, as if they were about to launch an attack. This was an empty city strategy. They wanted to use the previous battle record of killing an Eternal Realm expert to create confusion and delay time. Yi Xian, however, sneered. He had absolute confidence in the war cry of time. After the fortuitous encounter in the space graveyard, his 4 warcrims of space had undergone a magnificent transformation. Among them, the war cry of time's power had been improved the most. At that moment, the war cry of time had been activated. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empress were guarding the thousands of beehive nodes. Those 11 terrifying slimes had become the soul of the entire race. Their mere existence was enough to make the war cry of time. Their power had been greatly improved. In addition, the strength and life form of the tens of millions of slimes in the thousands of beehive nodes had been comprehensively improved. As a result, the magnificent Golden War Cry of Time had undergone a sublimation in terms of power. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passage of 10,000 years. However, after this great leap in the life form of the entire race, Yi Xian believed that even if a golden tide of time couldn't reach the instantaneous passage of 50,000 years, it would still be over in 20 to 30,000 years. It was entirely possible. A few more waves of such tide of time might not be able to kill an emperor, but it shouldn't be a problem to injure him as long as he kept attacking. It was safe to say that once the war cry of time was activated, Yi Xian would even have the courage to try to fight an emperor. He could simply withdraw the war cry of time and run away if things went wrong. As for marquis emperors, unfortunately, there was no need for him to run away. He would definitely be able to injure them severely. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill them. Right now, the 4 old monsters that were slowly approaching from 4 different directions were all ordinary immortal rank experts. To Yi Xian, although this kind of strength was shocking enough, if it was said that it could move him, then it really wasn't the case. Chapter 3982. 100 thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, yet his gaze had always been locked onto the blood-crowned foxdove that was 5,000 kilometers away, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew denser. The foxdove clearly sensed the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes. A dignified Eternal Realm expert was being looked at so rudely by an ancient devil ape that was merely a region lord. Moreover, the ancient devil ape's gaze even seemed to be extremely hostile. This caused the blood-crowned foxdove to feel extremely displeased, and it immediately grunted coldly. Humph. Kid, 3 breaths of time are up. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Hiss. As it finished speaking, the blood-crowned foxdove suddenly let out a vicious howl, and then a cold glow flashed in its triangular eyes while its enormous right forelimb suddenly stretched forward. Rumble. It was merely a casual wave of its hand, yet the space 5,000 kilometers away in front of Yi Xian had instantly started to tremble while it was still 5,000 kilometers away, and it might collapse completely at any moment. An enormous fox claw stretched out from space, and it was covered in blood-red fur as it moved directly towards the ancient devil ape's fleshly body. Its head smashed down forcefully. Fuck off. Yi Xian roared explosively while the aura around him surged, and then he immediately gave the order to the Green Gold Emperor within the battle war to launch a full-force attack. Soon, at the core node of the central domain where time was ending, the Green Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. It gave the order to the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of golden slimes in the thousands of beehive nodes to bombard with all their might. Buzz. In the next instant, an extremely light droning sound resounded while invisible ripples instantly swept out from within its body. They entered the walls of the honeycomb nodes, and then they moved along the pipes that were connected to the outer walls of the honeycomb nodes to be instantly transmitted to the 1,000+ honeycomb nodes within the battle war of time. At this instant, the figures of the tens of millions of slimes within the honeycomb nodes shook simultaneously while the long golden threads beneath their bellies emanated dazzling radiance, causing their entire bodies to glow brilliantly. Layer after layer of golden barriers overlapped and converged together. In the end, the light golden barrier transformed into a dense golden color. Moreover, it was covered in a faint violet gold aura, causing it to seem completely different from before. The golden light had turned into a purplish gold. Although the purplish intent was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in power. Moreover, there was even a hint of azure gold light faintly discernible within this faint purple light. Then, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed into the walls of the beehive node and followed the pipes on the outer wall back to the core beehive node where the Lapis Slime Emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. It was much faster than the previous activation. In just half an instant, the dense golden-purple light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes. Moreover, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the central region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn suddenly lit up, erupting with blazing purple-gold radiance. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely transformed into a purple-gold world. At the same time that it abruptly lit up, waves of tide-like purple-gold ripples spread out along the battle horn. Right in front of the mouth of the huge trumpet, a fan-shaped purple-gold ripple appeared and quickly spread forward. Like a purple-gold tide, it silently pushed forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the huge fox claw pressing down on Yi Xian's head directly collapsed. However, this purple-gold tide of time didn't stop for a moment and directly flowed past. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the blood-crowned fox-dove in the void thousands of miles away. Little bastard, you actually dared to make a move. This sovereign will skin you alive. At the same time that the fox claw was destroyed, the blood-crowned foxdove's body shook slightly as it suffered a slight backlash. However, because of this, it also aroused the anger in its heart. With a fierce roar, it was about to rush forward and personally descend to kill the little ant that dared to provoke its immortal majesty. Unfortunately, this purple-gold fan-shaped tide that represented the power of the passage of time had completely covered this corner of the void at this time. Some kind of mysterious power had already poured out at the first moment, causing the incomparably furious blood-crowned foxdove's body to become stiff, as if it was sealed, fixed in that void, unable to move. Good. For a while, it was impossible to make another move. At least, it was absolutely impossible before this rapidly flowing tide of time dissipated. This was really sullen, making him furious. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it was about to materialize. He gritted his teeth and endured. It really is the power of the time law. No, isn't it a golden tide? Why did it become purple gold? This sovereign has a bad feeling. At the same time, with the appearance of the first golden tide of time, the other three immortal old monsters who had just descended in three different directions of the void all changed their expressions slightly and let out exclamations of surprise. They had heard of the power of the star battle of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden battle was able to release a tide of time that was suspected to be the power of the time law. Not long ago, an immortal realm old monster had been severely injured and then killed by the tide power of this war cry of time. Although this matter had been confirmed, after all, no one in the outside world had seen it with their own eyes. And the time law of the starry sky was the most mysterious power of the law. Not to mention the ordinary immortal, even among the emperors, there was no one who had truly mastered the starry sky law. The power of time. Therefore, for the outside world, the power of the time tide of this golden battle war was actually seriously injured. The four old men who had descended this time did not believe the news of this immortal old monster, and they thought that it was a rumor. But now, with the appearance of the first tide of time, the four of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal old monsters did not dare to lightly confront the power of the time law of the starry sky. The golden tide, which had been widely known in the outside world, had suddenly turned into a purple-gold color. It gave people the feeling that it was even more powerful and mysterious. This made the four immortal realm old monsters realize that something was wrong, and they became vigilant. Especially the blood-crowned fox dove, who was facing the huge mouth of the time war, had an ominous premonition, and his body trembled slightly because of this. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first wave of purple-gold tide rapidly approached, the corner of the void where he was had been by some kind of mysterious time. The power of the space was imprisoned. This wave of purple-gold tide of time with a mysterious aura. It seemed that he could only grit his teeth and resist it. In the blood-crowned fox dove's opinion, as long as there was a slight gap after this tide of time, with his cultivation strength, he could immediately take the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the time law and personally descend to kill the ancient demon ape in the opposite void. However, everything was far from as simple as he had imagined. It was also at this moment that the first wave of time ripples with a mysterious purple-gold intent finally arrived. Chapter 3983. Walala, as the purplish-golden tide of time flowed past, the massive true body of the blood-crowned foxes began to change in an instant. The first thing to bear the brunt was the most eye-catching blood crown on its head. It was originally as red as blood, but now, in less than half an instant, it completely dimmed. Then, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the lustrous fur of the blood-crowned foxdove's huge body quickly dimmed without any suspense. Large pieces of fox fur fell off and turned into ashes. One had to know that this was the true body of an imperishable old monster. Although it couldn't compare to those supreme existences of the primordial era or even quasi-supreme existences, but to those below the Sector Lord realm, even if they used their full strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. How could they even damage a single strand of it? Even a hair would not be able to do that. For the starry sky experts below the universe realm, any hair on this immortal old monster's real blood real body was a fatal magic treasure. A hair could penetrate the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness of a universe realm expert and kill them. But now, in just one tide of time, most of the fur on the blood-crowned foxdove's body had fallen off. Even the flesh under the fur had been peeled off in large chunks. This scene was simply horrifying. This huge immortal old monster with abundant chi and blood seemed to have experienced the merciless erosion of tens of thousands of years in an instant. 30,000 years? It's actually 30,000 years. This is impossible. Screech. The blood-crowned fox-dove, as the person involved, naturally felt everything that had happened to its precious body. It panicked in an instant and directly judged the degree of erosion that its precious body had experienced in this instant. It immediately screamed in horror. Originally, it thought that the power of this golden battle flag was 10,000 years in one tide of time, which would not be able to shake it at all. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Its real power had actually increased by 3 times in an instant, reaching a terrifying 30,000 years. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it to damage its precious body to such an extent in just an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was close to injuring his muscles and bones. Just a moment ago, the blood-crowned foxdove had been full of confidence, and even looked at the tide of time with disdain. But now, he was really panicking. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years was definitely enough to shake his mind. At this moment, the blood-crowned foxdove was no longer calm. It urged the power in its body and struggled with all its might. At this moment, it only wanted to escape immediately. Although Yi Xian had expected all of this, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it with his own eyes. At this time, when the slimes in the time warp had experienced a leap in life level due to the Thunder Lake spiritual mist, he already knew that the time warp's power must have increased. However, because he had never tried it before, he had no idea of the exact extent of this increase. According to his conservative estimate, the tide of time, which was originally 10,000 years per tide, should have reached 20,000 years per tide at the very least. Even if it was only 20,000 years, Yi Xian was satisfied. This was because the time warp could already release 6 tide of time in a row. Even if it was only 6 tide of time now, with 1 tide every 20,000 years, it would still be 120,000 years. It would definitely be enough to kill an immortal realm old monster. But what he didn't expect was that after the first tide of time was released, its power would actually reach a terrifying 30,000 years. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years. Even if there were only 6 tide of time, if all of them were released, it would still be 180,000 years. 2 immortal realm old monsters could be killed one after another even if they took turns fighting. Moreover, the power of a tide of time had increased by 3 times. In terms of the number of waves, how could it still be the same as before? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt incomparably excited. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. At this moment, in his eyes, the blood-crowned foxdove in the sky 5 million kilometers away was already no different from a fallen foxdove. Swish! Before Yi Xian's ruthless howl could be heard, the faint sound of waves rang out one after another. The second wave of the purple-gold tide arrived at this moment. This time, the expressions of the 4 immortal realm old monsters changed. Their previous estimate was too wrong. Didn't they say that a tide of time lasted for 10,000 years? Now, it was clearly a tide of time that lasted for 30,000 years. This strange time warp had actually been hiding its strength before. If the same tide of time was released 3 times in a row, nearly 100,000 years would pass in an instant. Time had a tide, and one tide lasted for 30,000 years. 3 Tide of Time represented the passage of nearly 100,000 years in an instant, which was the limit of the immortal realm old monsters. If there really were 3 waves of the same purple gold tide continuously surging over in a short period of time and flowing through his body, then today's matter would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, the blood-crowned foxdove's entire body began to tremble. Although he was an immortal rank existence, there was a limit to an immortal's lifespan. To experience 90,000 years in a short instant, to him, this was far from a situation where even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Instead, it represented true death. In fact, this was indeed the case. As the second wave of purple gold tide flowed over, the surface of the blood-crowned foxdove's huge true body, which was originally suffused with a faint luster, had already become dull and gray. This time, not only did large pieces of fur fall off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in certain places. Very soon, even his internal organs and some golden bones began to appear. Even the light in his eyes, which had been shining brightly, began to dim. At this time, the second tide of time had just arrived and had not completely flowed over. Facing this scene, the other 3 immortal realm old monsters in the distant void suddenly changed their expressions and subconsciously gasped. However, everything changed too quickly, and they didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, the second tide of time had already disappeared. At this time, the blood-crowned foxdove, which was originally full of vitality, had nearly half of its entire huge treasure body's internal organs visible. Bones were everywhere, mixed with flesh and blood, and it looked extremely decayed. After all, in just 2 seconds, this flesh and blood treasure body had already been ruthlessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. If it were a universe-level master, he would have already died. Then, the third tide of time came, and its speed was just as fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed over this decayed body. As the third tide of time disappeared, the blood-crowned foxdove's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Not only did the internal organs fall out of its abdomen, but they also turned into ashes along with the tide of time. The golden bones also fell apart and disintegrated, and they also couldn't resist the erosion of the tide of time and turned into ashes with a loud bang. Chapter 3984. In just 3 breaths of time, an immortal being had fallen. The treasure body, which was originally full of vitality, was now only a piece of white bone lying in the void. It was a shocking sight. This result made Yi Xian very happy, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. But he quickly realized what was going on. Although the immortal old monsters were known as immortals, there was actually a limit to their lifespan, which was only 100,000 years. And this blood-crowned foxdove had obviously lived for more than 10,000 years, so these 3 waves of purple gold tide, which only represented 90,000 years of erosion, were not something he could resist. This was a good thing, as it saved him a wave of purple gold tide. Yi Xian immediately ordered the lapis gold slime in the battle armor of time to stop attacking, because there was no longer a target in the void in front of the huge mouth of the battle armor of time. The battle armor of time, which was blooming with golden brilliance, dimmed at this moment, but if necessary, Yi Xian could order it to be activated again at any time. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the battle armor of time should be able to release at least 7 waves of purple gold tide if it was fully activated, and it might even be able to reach 9 waves. If it was 9 waves, it would be enough to kill 3 immortal old monsters. Even if it was only 7 waves, it could still kill 1 more. Rumble, with a thought, the battle armor of time quickly changed direction under his control, because the other 3 immortal old monsters were in 3 different directions. Whether it was to kill or deter, he had to first change the direction of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. But this was simple to say, but it was obviously not so easy to do. Previously, he had killed the blood-crowned foxdove by sheer luck. The other party had been too careless and underestimated the enemy, completely misjudging the true power of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, how could an immortal old monster stand there so stupidly? Would he activate the battle armor of time and blast out the power of the law of time to imperceptibly imprison his body together with a corner of the void? That was just a moment ago, but now, the remaining 3 immortal realm old monsters had already awakened, and it would be very difficult to lock onto them with the Time War Scroll. In fact, it was indeed so. After the blood-crowned fox-dove was killed in a short 3 seconds, Yi Xian quickly adjusted the position of the war rag of time. The 3 immortal realm old monsters, who had fallen into a daze, all came back to their senses after trembling. At this moment, he was enraged, and his roar and howl resounded through the entire sky. Damn it, I underestimated this guy. Hu Jiao died in vain. How audacious. Look at what he's doing. He's actually adjusting the position of that killing machine. Is he trying to kill us one by one? Dream on. We can't waste any more time. Let's attack at the same time and kill him. We'll force the old monster out. Screech, between the shock and anger, the 3 immortal realm old freaks released an invisible pressure. Apparently, they were enraged, and they were about to go berserk. The 3 immortal realm old monsters were enraged at the same time. This was definitely going to pierce through the sky, causing the void to tremble. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, the Time War Scroll under his feet had already adjusted its direction, and it was right in the middle of the flying centipede and the black fiend devil tiger. If it was activated, these 2 immortal realm old monsters might be affected by the power. With the previous example of the blood-crowned fox-dove, these 2 immortal realm old monsters obviously didn't dare to casually stay here. With a roar, their bodies trembled. They were about to attack, but at this moment, their movements were clearly sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other immortal realm old monster behind Yi Xian suddenly attacked. It was the Rainbow Flame Thunder Sparrow that was originally listed as the second most dangerous target by Yi Xian. At this time, it just happened to be behind the huge mouth of the Time War Scroll, so it was not afraid of the Time War Scroll's deterrent power at all. After roaring angrily to the sky, its huge body turned into a colorful thunderbolt and shot over at an extremely fast speed. This rainbow flame lightning sparrow's entire body was seething with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had faint lightning bolts pulsating within them. Obviously, this thunder sparrow must have a powerful thunder power. Looking at its extremely sharp beak, not only was it steaming with tricolored flames, but it was also flashing with silver lightning. When it launched at an extremely fast speed, even an immortal realm old monster of the same level would have a hard time. At this moment, the tip of the multicolored lightning bolt that was shooting over was clearly a bright silver lightning bolt. It was formed from the sharp beak of the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and had long since locked onto Yi Xian's devil ape true body. Once he was allowed to get close, even with the strength of the ancient devil ape's body, he would definitely be directly pierced through, and die without a doubt. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly, but an idea flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and directly activated the Rai D seal. In the next moment, the Rai D seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed without any warning. It directly materialized and flew towards the top of the ancient devil ape's head. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared behind the ancient ape demon. Rumble, boom. A series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. The image that appeared behind him was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura, belonging to the void of the desolate era. That kind of aura was the same as Yi Xian's from the Dongshu giant turtle, the golden dragon, and the meteor. The heavenly bow divine ability and all the other inheritance images were exactly the same. At the end of the void of this inheritance image, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, blooming with endless golden light. It seemed as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was born by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars, in front of it, seemed to be very small. Even the stars seemed to be extremely weak and small. There was only one lotus seed on the lotus stem, but it was green. It was the azure gold seal that had just soared into the sky from his sea of consciousness. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out endlessly. The Rai-D seal was born from such a giant golden lotus with a pressure that almost covered the sky and earth. It was the only lotus seed that was born in the lotus pod of the giant lotus. Rumble. The image was still and illusory, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, which entered Yi Xian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the azure gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on the lotus pod, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts stretching out and spitting out. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls that were exploding one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Chapter 3985. Yi Xian had never used the Rai-D seal in front of others. Even when he was in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes of the human clan in the 3rd universe as Prince Xian, he only took out the thunder source bead that was nurtured in the Rai-D seal and attacked Tian Qianzi. Therefore, now that he was forced to use the Rai-D seal to kill the colorful flame lightning sparrow, Yi Xian was not afraid that his identity would be exposed. The only thing that he felt was a pity was that merely in this way, he'd undoubtedly exposed a formidable ability in advance, and it was truly a pity. However, the current situation forced him to do so, so he couldn't care so much. Fortunately, the Rai-D seal did not disappoint Yi Xian. At this moment, as soon as it was used, it instantly activated the thunder field that came with it, revealing the phantom of an ancient thunder lotus. It directly enveloped the colorful flame lightning sparrow, who had the cultivation of the immortal realm, and completely trapped it. This scene was equally shocking, and the shock it brought to those who saw it with their own eyes was not inferior to the previous war of time, and it was even greater. The countless demon experts within the defensive formation of the 3-star demonic emperor were completely dumbfounded. In fact, when the blood-crowned fox dove that was killed first fell, these demon experts were completely petrified. In just 3 short moments, an immortal realm old monster became history just like that. This was the 2nd immortal realm old monster that fell in the hands of Yi Xian in a month. Even the current demon emperor Mo Tian and the other higher-ups of the demon royal family who knew some of his methods were all dumbstruck and did not dare to believe it. And now, as the Rai-D seal was used, another immortal realm old monster was trapped in an instant. They were almost numb, and even their eyes were fixed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short moment. At this moment, the iridescent flame lightning sparrow was enveloped by the lightning field of the lightning emperor seal due to a moment of carelessness. The baleful lightning tiger and flying centipede, who had been stunned by the power of the Time War scroll, were only able to complete the change of direction after a leap. When they looked back, they realized what had happened. Immediately, they were shocked and exclaimed again, "What? This is the innate thunder source treasure? That's impossible. Where did this kid come from? He actually possesses such an innate supreme treasure, and seems to have even refined it. The lightning sparrow is in danger. We can't drag this out any longer. Kill him immediately, save the thunder sparrow, and seize the thunder origin treasure." The last roar came from the mouth of the black demon tiger. The bloodline true body of this immortal realm old monster was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even glowed with a luster. At this moment, more than half of the baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from a great distance, one could feel a wave of heart-trembling demonic evil chi rushing towards them. His speed was extremely fast, and his 30,000-meter-long bloodline true body only needed to flutter in the air before he arrived at the space within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers of the ancient demon ape. His eyes were filled with a greedy light as he firmly locked onto Yi Xian's figure, and the black mist that filled his body directly headed towards the ancient demon ape. The ape enveloped it. Obviously, the black fog that lingered around its body should be some kind of demonic evil qi. This black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Clearly, the demonic evil qi was overflowing, but it also gave people the feeling that it was as calm as water. To perfectly blend this contradiction into one, it undoubtedly made the black demon tiger exude a thick sense of mystery, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably afraid. He had no doubt that if he was completely enveloped by this black demonic evil qi, something bad would definitely happen. However, the black demon tiger was pouncing in an extremely tricky direction, avoiding the direction where the huge mouth of the Time War talisman was facing. It was completely fearless, causing Yi Xian to frown. Since the two immortal realm-old monsters had deliberately avoided it, the Time War talisman would no longer be a deterrent. In order to prevent it from being damaged in the battle, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and stored it into the undying world within his body. At the same time, with a thought, he directly activated the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. Rumble. There was a sudden clap of thunder, and in the next instant, a purplish gold mist sprinkled down from above. Immediately after, countless purplish gold thunderbolts were attracted and gathered above Yi Xian's head. A sea of purplish gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian, wreaking havoc on Yi Xian's head, but none of them were able to cause any harm to him. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purplish gold mist. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the middle of the raging thunderbolts, exuding a thick emperor's might. He was unfazed by anything. This sea of purplish gold thunderbolts all came from the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, forming a protective force. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with purplish gold thunderbolts flashing incessantly. Yi Xian, with the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. Immediately after, the purplish gold mist that originally shrouded his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire purplish gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. In the blink of an eye, a thunder source bead appeared above Yi Xian's head. It was entirely purplish gold in color. It was one of the 8 purplish gold thunder source beads nurtured within the Rai-D seal. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the purplish gold thunder source bead turned into a ray of purple light and fell directly into Yi Xian's hand. However, it did not touch the skin of his palm, as there was a layer of light green separating them. Hiss! This aura! The black fiend devil tiger, who was pouncing over with greed in its eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the bottom of its heart. At this moment, he even thought about life and death. This was because the pressure that this small purplish gold thunder bead gave him was too strong. It was ominous, causing his scalp to go numb. Almost subconsciously, the black fiend thunder tiger stopped in its tracks. After hesitating for a moment, it turned around and was about to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Each of the 8 purplish gold thunder origin beads nurtured within the Rai-D seal was incomparably precious. Since Yi Xian had already decided to use one of them again, how could he give him a chance to escape? Previously, the ordinary thunder origin bead was already able to injure the supreme expert of the universe. Now, with the enhanced Rai-D seal and the endless purple lightning in the thunder tomb, the purplish gold thunder origin bead obtained could at least severely injure the immortal realm-old monsters. In fact, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to be killed. Want to run? It's too late. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian said coldly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the purplish gold thunder origin bead in his palm instantly turned into a dark purple light. With a rumbling sound, it shot out at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3986. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the surrounding space was in chaos. The purple-gold thunder origin bead landed on the black fiend demon tiger's waist and directly exploded, releasing a large amount of thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. All of them were deep purple in color, and contained terrifying power. The dark demon tiger's bloodline true body was directly blown into two pieces, and it let out a shrill howl of agony. But this was not the end. Just the destruction of the bloodline true body was not a big deal to an immortal old monster. An existence of this level, even if only a head was left, could still survive. The flesh and blood could be reborn, and a new tiger body would appear again. The price to pay was only the accumulation of energy in the body. The accumulation was just consumed. But how could the purple-gold thunder source bead be so simple? At this moment, with the explosion of the purple-gold thunder source bead, a large amount of dark purple thunder and lightning suddenly bloomed. More than half of them directly passed through the two halves of the black fiend tiger's body and drilled into its body. It wreaked havoc in every inch of his flesh and every bone. The black fiend tiger's body was originally filled with a mysterious black demonic aura, but at this moment, there was an endless amount of purple lightning drilling out of its two halves of body, and it was still stretching out and spitting out, its breath uncertain. This was definitely an unbearable torture, and the old man's mournful howl instantly became louder. However, after seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and a faint look of disappointment appeared on his face. Obviously, this time, his judgment was wrong. He had overestimated the power of the purple-gold thunder source bead. After being tempered twice by the Rai D seal, the purple-gold thunder source bead did indeed have the power to severely injure an immortal old monster. It was even extremely domineering, directly exploding into serious injuries. This was also in line with the fierce and domineering characteristics of thunder. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce and domineering, the level of power was still a little lacking. It could only severely injure, but it could not suppress an immortal old monster in an instant like the previous battle of the purple-gold tide. At least, the black fiend tiger in front of him was still struggling. Unfortunately, this struggle did not last long. The time was so short that it was almost negligible. Awoo! An incomparably mournful howl rang out. The black fiend tiger clearly couldn't take it anymore. Every inch of its flesh and bones were being ravaged by thunder and lightning. At this moment, he seemed to have begun to doubt his life. The dignified black fiend tiger of the immortal realm was actually tortured to the point of eruption. It let out a long howl. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound came from the top of the black fiend devilvoid's head. A crack appeared on its huge skull, and a demonic tiger with an energy body of about 10 feet in size rushed out. His primordial spirit rushed out from the top of his skull. This was clearly the rhythm of abandoning this fleshly body. It was useless even if he didn't abandon it. Every inch of his flesh and bones were being ravaged by the lightning and thunder. Some kind of unique lightning pressure was left behind, and it was impossible to repair. Without a doubt, after this battle, this black fiend tiger was destined to fall from the immortal divine altar. Although its primordial spirit still existed, its fleshly body was its foundation. If it abandoned its fleshly body, its cultivation realm would plummet. It would take countless years for it to slowly recover. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't even have this opportunity, because Yi Xian didn't plan on letting the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit escape. You want to run? Seeing the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit rush out of the top of its head and shoot into the distance with weakness and exhaustion. Seeing that it was about to escape, Yi Xian immediately sneered. With a thought, he raised his hand and pointed at the thunder field above his head that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. He directly connected with the Rai D seal that was suppressing the colorful flame thunder sparrow inside. Kacha! A crisp sound of lightning striking rang out, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the thunder field above. It was 300 meters thick, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to it 1,000,000 miles away, and directly smashed into the primordial spirit of the black fiend tiger that was trying to escape. "This sovereign is unwilling, roar." Realizing that it was truly about to fall, the black fiend thunder tiger let out a shrill roar of anger. Before the roar even fell, the purple gold lightning that completely enveloped its primordial spirit had already dissipated. There seemed to be a wisp of green smoke curling up from within, and in the end, it was blown away by the strong winds in the surrounding space, turning into nothingness. This wisp of green smoke was clearly the remnant smoke left behind by the power of the purple gold lightning. Now that it had dissipated, the baleful black demon tiger's soul had also dissipated from this world. It had completely fallen. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only taken 3 to 4 breaths of time. Another immortal old monster had fallen. Including the colorful flame thunder sparrow that had already been enveloped by the thunder field of the Rai-D seal and was suppressed according to Yi Xian's will, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, 3 of the 4 immortal old monsters that had descended from the Myriad Races Alliance had already met with misfortune, and the time was very short. From the time Yi Xian took out the flowing Time War Talisman and unleashed the first wave of purple gold tide until now, it had only been a few minutes. In the face of this scene, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan, as well as the countless demon experts and clansmen within the defensive barrier of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor had already become numb. They stared dumbfoundedly at the battlefield outside the defensive barrier, completely petrified. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly absorbed the enormous demonic tiger's true body, which was still filled with a large amount of lightning and thunder, into the undying world within his body. This was the flesh and blood true body of an immortal realm old monster, and it was also a precious blood and flesh. For Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to waste it. It wouldn't be bad to roast it for those native foodies to enjoy. As for Yi Xian himself, he obviously didn't like it. His Shenong cauldron still contained the remains of some primordial sovereigns and supreme experts. Although those couldn't be eaten because headless infant corpses weren't allowed, there were even more corpses of supreme experts from the primordial era. He could casually pick one of them. The quality and energy contained within them were far superior to this black fiend tiger's. After keeping the corpse of the black fiend tiger into his undying world, Yi Xian turned around and looked in another direction. There was still the last immortal old monster, the immortal stage flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Chapter 3987. In fact, a few moments ago, Yi Xian had thrown out a purple gold thunder origin bead and blasted the black fiend devil void's true body into 2 pieces. However, before the latter could break through the top of his true body and escape with his primordial spirit, the flying centipede that was pouncing towards Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. He fled. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have the chance again. This time, the Myriad Races Alliance had sent 4 immortal old monsters. They originally thought that suppressing the Devil Cultivator ancestor, as well as the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mo Yufeng, who was rumored to have the strength to kill immortal rank experts, was a guaranteed task. But now, in less than 10 minutes, everything changed. As the black fiend devil tiger's true body was blasted into 2 pieces by the purple gold thunder origin bead, the flying centipede was certain that the other party was finished. In other words, he was the only one left among the 4 immortal old monsters. At this time, if the Devil Cultivator ancestor suddenly appeared, even he would die here today. Vitality. In fact, there was no need for the Devil Cultivator ancestor to make a move. The flying centipede had no doubt that the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mo Yufeng, who was killing the black fiend devil tiger, would definitely be able to keep him here once he was free. As expected of the existence of the 4 great monsters, known as the number 1 person in the younger generation, in the blink of an eye, either suppressed or killed, dealing with 3 immortal old monsters. This was simply AF * King Dog. The flying centipede was so shocked that he almost doubted his life. In this kind of situation, no matter what, he would die if he stayed. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he still coveted Yi Xian's Time War talisman, especially that innate Thunder Origin treasure. However, although the treasure was good, he still had to leave his life behind to use it. He turned around and fled. At this moment, the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's primordial spirit was directly killed by a bolt of purple gold lightning. The flying centipede turned his head and saw this scene. He was instantly scared out of his wits. With a scream, he suddenly increased his speed and began to flee crazily. When Yi Xian put the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's broken body into 2 pieces into his undying world, the flying centipede was already nearly 20 million kilometers away. It wasn't that he didn't want to tear through the void and leave, but that way, his body would take some time to tear through the void and step into it. Even if it was just a breath, it was hard to guarantee that the ancient demon ape would not use that terrifying Time War talisman again. Once the battle talisman was activated, he would not be able to escape, he would have no chance to escape. Right now, although using his physical body to cross the void to escape quickly was far less convenient than directly tearing the void to leave, at least he could change his position at any time. This prevented the other party from using the battle talisman of time and using the mysterious power of the law of time to stop him in his tracks. The possibility of his body being trapped. An ordinary flying centipede only had a pair of wings on its back. However, this immortal realm flying centipede had a total of 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its back. This showed that its speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, its level of evolution was extremely high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede was the wings on its back. The sempiternal realm only represented his powerful cultivation, but what the 9 pairs of blood-colored wings represented was the evolution of his life form. Generally speaking, 9 pairs was the limit. This meant that this immortal realm flying centipede had reached the peak of its species. The poison secreted by its poison sac was extremely terrifying. Even an immortal realm expert would be poisoned to death if they came into contact with just a little bit of it. That was why Yi Xian simply activated the farmer god cauldron in his undying world when he turned around and chased after the centipede. There were 2 reasons why he took out the Shenong cauldron. Firstly, Yi Xian was wary of the poison mist of the flying centipede that was escaping in front of him. When he took out the Shenong cauldron, he would be able to obtain the protection of the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. Secondly, it was because of its speed. The void-breaking shuttle was indeed very fast. When Yi Xian was a Star Lord in his human form, even a Sector Lord wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used all his strength. Now that he was in his true form as a 3-headed 6-armed demonic ape, not even the old monsters of the universe would be able to catch up with him if he shrunk his body and entered the void-breaking shuttle. The centipede in front of him was an immortal realm expert, and Yi Xian wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used the void-breaking shuttle with his current strength. However, the farmer god cauldron was different. It was a primordial treasure of the era, and its speed would definitely surpass the limits of an immortal realm expert if he used it with Yi Xian's current cultivation as a region lord. Rumble. As Yi Xian waved his hand, a huge rumble resounded, and the farmer god cauldron in his undying world transformed into a ray of light that expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, an enormous cauldron-shaped star appeared in the void. This time, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron in its complete form in order to achieve extreme speed. It was so huge that it even faintly surpassed the demon emperor planet behind him. Yi Xian leaped, and his enormous demonic ape true form leaped to the mouth of the cauldron and entered the 9-colored mist. Then, he pointed in the direction that the flying centipede had fled. Swish! The farmer god cauldron that was enormous like a star immediately transformed into a ray of light that pursued at extreme speed, and it was actually 30% faster than the flying centipede that had 9 pairs of enormous wings on its back. The latter turned around and was instantly terrified out of his wits when he saw this scene. He originally thought that since he decided not to offend the farmer god Cauldron and would turn around and flee, then this monstrous genius with terrifying ability would probably not continue pursuing him. However, the final outcome shocked him. After the farmer god Cauldron put away the two halves of the sable fiend tiger, the farmer god Cauldron had actually pursued him at the first possible moment. An ant at the first rank of the region Lord Realm was actually pursuing an immortal realm expert, and he'd even caused such a huge commotion by directly carrying a cauldron that was enormous like a star through space. This time, the flying centipede had really started to doubt his life, and he was simply angered to the point of being on the verge of tears. At the same time, a strand of extreme rage and resentment suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart. The farmer god Cauldron was truly too much of a bully. An immortal realm expert had the dignity of an immortal realm expert. I'd already decided not to look for trouble with the farmer god Cauldron, yet the farmer god Cauldron chased after me without end like he was chasing a dog. Does the farmer god Cauldron really think that this exalted lord is made of clay and doesn't have the slightest temper? Under the rage and resentment in his heart, the flying centipede immediately slowed down slightly. He didn't continue fleeing in a straight line but took a roundabout route and slowed down his speed instead, and he started to circle in space that was 10 million kilometers ahead. Chapter 3988. Although Yi Xian had summoned the Shenong Cauldron and chased after him, the Thunder Emperor seal was still suspended high in the sky outside the energy barrier of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. It poured out an endless sea of lightning that enveloped an area of 10,000 miles, trapping the rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was at the immortal stage. Although this rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extraordinary, not only did it have the cultivation strength of the immortal realm, but its bloodline talent also contained the thunder attribute, so it had a stronger resistance to the power of thunder compared to other existences of the same realm. But even so, facing the Rai D seal, it should have died long ago. The Rai D seal was a natural thunder source treasure, commanding the thunder of the world. Even if its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, it could only be suppressed. And the reason why it was still alive and was still being blasted into pieces by the endless thunder of the Rai D seal was all because of Yi Xian. This kind of rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extremely rare, and its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, so it would be a pity to kill it just like that. Therefore, Yi Xian ordered the Rai D seal to keep it trapped. He planned to take care of this rainbow flame lightning sparrow after getting rid of the flying centipede, Screech. Screech, regarding all this, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, who was firmly trapped in the sea of lightning, obviously knew and saw through all this. As an undying existence with a lightning attribute bloodline, the instant his body was enveloped and sealed by the endless sea of lightning sprinkled by the lightning emperor seal, he was already sure that if the other party wanted to, he could completely annihilate him with a single thought. And now, it was still alive, which undoubtedly explained the problem. At this moment, although the rainbow flame lightning sparrow was trapped in the sea of lightning, it could still sense everything that was happening outside the sea of lightning. With the death of the black fiend devil and the escape of the flying centipede, its heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and it no longer had the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Its only thought was to take advantage of the temporary absence of the little god of death to escape from this sea of lightning and quickly escape far away. Long and shrill cries continuously sounded out from within the sea of lightning. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, but no matter how the rainbow flame lightning sparrow struggled, it was unable to take a single step out of the sea of lightning. It was simply unable to move in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the countless demon experts and clansmen in the defensive star array of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had long been speechless. At this time, the senior members of the demon royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, gradually broke free from the state of petrification at this time. Looking at each other, their faces were stiff, and their tone was filled with hesitation and sighs, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. Oh my God, are we dreaming? A domain old monster is chasing an immortal old monster. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. He has already killed 2 before, and trapped 1, okay? This is really F***ed up, this old man suddenly has a kind of feeling of doubt, to defy the heavens. No, this is clearly already defying the heavens. For immortal old monsters, 2 dead, 1 trapped, and 1 escaped, this is really incredible. Should we go out and help? Linghu, little friend chasing alone, it feels a bit inappropriate. The last sentence was said by a star lord of the demon race. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. The senior members of the demon royal family all turned their heads to look at him, and their eyes were simply looking at an idiot, which made him immediately blush. Help? Helping a domain old monster to chase an immortal old monster. How dare he have this kind of idea? He was clearly going against the heavens' rhythm. In the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the demon emperor 3 stars. At this moment, the flying centipede that had been fleeing with its head down no longer moved forward. Instead, it stopped in this area of the void. However, it kept circling around and using its nimble body to bring Yi Xian around this area of the void. Running away was useless. With Yi Xian's current strength of a domain lord, the Shenong Cauldron's full strength had exceeded the limit of the immortal old monster's physical body to cross the void, and he would be caught in the end. Rather than this, it was better to just stay and fight with his life. It had to be said that the immortal old monster was really extraordinary, and since the flying centipede could fly, it showed that its advantage in speed was absolutely obvious. This immortal old monster's bloodline evolution had reached the peak of this species, and the 9 pairs of huge wings on its back were a kind of symbol. When the 9 pairs of wings were spread out, not only was its speed faster than an ordinary immortal old monster, its degree of flexibility was also far beyond that. Although the Shenong Cauldron's speed was fast, it was still too large. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation was limited, so he was still rather inexperienced in controlling it. He was still able to charge forward blindly, but now, he was following behind the immortal stage flying centipede as he circled around in the air. He was a little unable to hold on. In terms of flexibility, he was completely not a match for the immortal old monster with the Shenong Cauldron chasing behind. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely relieved. His opponent's method was indeed heaven-defying, but he hadn't put away the innate lightning source treasure, and the golden battle talisman that could stimulate the violet tide of time couldn't be used in this situation where he was constantly changing directions to form a deterrent. In that case, he chose to stay and poison the other party to death, which was basically half a success. Although this brat had the dense mist of the Medicine King Cauldron protecting his body, the flying centipede was very confident in the poisonous mist it secreted. He firmly believed that as long as the poisonous mist in this void reached a certain density, even if it was protected by the power of the Medicine King Cauldron, it would not be able to directly poison him to death. The other party. However, it was still possible to slightly affect him and make him in a dejected state. That was enough for him. At that time, when the other party's condition was not right, as an immortal old monster, he could attack at any time and kill him in one strike. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the flying centipede immediately laughed sinisterly. Without any hesitation, the poison sacs in his body that had long been fully activated opened in an instant. Strands of strange black and green poison followed the countless densely distributed poison holes on his body and slowly and continuously began to spread out. Outward release. During this process, the flying centipede's figure didn't stop for a single moment. It maintained a high-speed movement, but it didn't go far away. It only brought Yi Xian, who was behind it, to circle in the air. This was because only in this way would the poison mist released from its body be dense in the air. Higher and higher. Hiss. Hiss. Chapter 3989. Hiss. Hiss. The faint sound attracted Yi Xian's attention. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. This miasma could even corrode the void of the universe. As the dark green miasma slowly spread from the flying centipede's body, dense hissing sounds immediately rang out in the void it passed through. It was very faint, but it was strange and hair-raising. It was these strange sounds that attracted his attention. Yi Xian's deepest impression of poisons was the poison of undying indestructibility. The universe zombies that were still wreaking havoc in the third universe controlled by the two human camps were the products of the poison of undying indestructibility. This strange poison originated from a terrifying treasure called the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility. There was still a small sealed cavern at the bottom of the farmer god cauldron, where a perfect pearl of undying indestructibility was preserved. In addition, Yi Xian also had 6 drops of the poison of undying indestructibility mixed with the all-evil origin elixir. These two things were the most poisonous things in Yi Xian's possession. Even so, the pearl of undying indestructibility and the all-evil origin elixir probably did not possess the power to corrode the void of the universe. This did not mean that the toxicity of these two poisons was weak. On the contrary, both the pearl of undying indestructibility and the all-evil origin elixir were definitely of the highest grade, rarely seen in the outside world. However, the miasma emitted from the immortal realm flying centipede was clearly of a high grade as well. Even if it was not comparable to the poison of undying indestructibility and the all-evil origin elixir, it was probably not far off in some aspects. This was definitely the third most poisonous creature that Yi Xian had ever seen since he entered the starry sky. Although the flying centipede was not a powerful species, not only had this flying centipede's cultivation reached the immortal realm, its bloodline had also evolved to the peak. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back. It was like a fox beast. Ordinary foxes only had 1 tail. If they could grow 9 tails, they would become blood-tailed foxes. Their bloodline would mutate and become a different species. It was the same for this flying centipede with 9 pairs of wings. With the evolution of his bloodline, he could no longer be considered a flying centipede. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a flying centipede. Yi Xian was filled with apprehension towards an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the point that it had transformed into a completely different species. This was especially so when he saw the terrifying poisonous mist emanating from its body. It was actually able to corrode even the void of the universe. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably when he saw this. Just as he was hesitating on what to do next, the Shenong cauldron under his feet suddenly trembled slightly, revealing a clear sense of excitement. Yi Xian had long since refined this cauldron, so it had a telepathic connection with him. Facing this strange situation, it was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and was overjoyed. This was really too unexpected. He was having a headache about how to deal with this strange poisonous fog that could even corrode the void of the universe. He didn't expect that the farmer god cauldron would directly give him a hint. This poisonous fog, not only could the farmer god cauldron swallow and refine, but it also happened to need it. What was there to hesitate about? This was definitely a good thing. The farmer god cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial supreme treasure. It was an important artifact of the era. A resource that could make it need it and give out a hint with excitement was definitely extraordinary. Yi Xian instantly cut off any thoughts of killing the flying centipede that had evolved its bloodline to its peak and had already transformed into a completely different species. Since the strange poisonous fog that the flying centipede spat out was beneficial to the farmer god cauldron, then he should capture it alive and imprison it at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the farmer god cauldron. He should treat it like a milk cow and extract its poison for a long period of time. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a suction force instantly appeared from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and began to absorb the strange poisonous fog in the void of the outside world. However, in order to prevent the flying centipede from discovering the abnormality, Yi Xian didn't dare to directly absorb the poisonous fog. Instead, he planned to do it slowly. All the strange poisonous fog that was absorbed into the farmer god cauldron was immediately refined by Yi Xian by activating the power of the farmer god cauldron's field. At the same time, Yi Xian also paid close attention to this process because he was extremely curious as to why the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb this strange poisonous fog. He even had his own speculations. The final result made him very excited. The truth was actually in line with his speculations. The reason why the farmer god cauldron needed this strange poisonous fog was because the farmer god unusual flame in the central region of the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb it to evolve itself. In other words, the farmer god unusual flame, which had evolved into a 5-colored flame, was very likely to directly evolve into a 6-colored flame after absorbing this strange poisonous fog. If that was really the case, then the additional color of the flame would most likely be the same as the strange poisonous fog, which was a dark green color. As for its power, there was almost no suspense. It would definitely increase the effect and attribute of the poisonous flame. Leaping from a 5-colored flame to a 6-colored flame meant that its power would increase greatly. This time, the farmer god unusual flame would have an additional attribute of poisonous flame, and this poisonous flame could even corrode the void of the universe. All of this meant that the farmer god's 6-colored flame, after completing its evolution, was destined to be even more powerful than before. For Yi Xian, this was definitely an unexpected surprise. However, all of this was just an expectation. It wasn't much different from the so-called illusion because the 5-colored flame was currently only absorbing and refining this strange poisonous fog that originated from the flying centipede. It hadn't really evolved into a 6-colored flame. Even though everything was progressing, only the heavens knew how much of this strange poisonous fog it would need to absorb and refine in order to truly evolve into a 6-colored flame. If it required a huge amount, then it would definitely take a very long time. Moreover, there was another problem before him. What if the flying centipede that was leading him around in circles noticed that something was off, turned around, and fled once more? Moreover, he was able to escape successfully. Wouldn't he be on the verge of tears? Where can I find it? When he realized this problem, Yi Xian instantly became anxious. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't allow this flying centipede to escape. Not only could he not allow it to escape, he couldn't kill it. Capturing it alive was his only choice. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian instantly sighed in his heart, and he felt like his head had instantly swelled. That was an Eternal Realm expert. If it was merely annihilation, then under the circumstances that he utilized all his ability, he was entirely capable of accomplishing it. But if it was to capture it alive... Cough. Cough. I'm really looking down on it a little too much. No matter how weak a dignified Eternal Realm expert was, there was a limit to it. Under the precondition that it was determined to flee, yet it was still captured alive by a region lord. Such a situation simply didn't make sense. Chapter 3990. The reason why Yi Xian had suddenly slowed down the Shenong Cauldron's pursuit was because he wanted to lure the flying centipede to come closer and attack him. When the distance was close enough, he would have the opportunity to activate the Shenong Cauldron's domain power and directly trap the flying centipede. The flying centipede would be sucked into the cauldron space. If he could do that, the flying centipede would not be able to escape. He would directly trap him in the center of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. As long as the flying centipede's strength had not reached the level where he could forcibly destroy the domain inside the Shenong Cauldron, he would definitely not be able to escape. In Yi Xian's opinion, the feasibility of this plan was very high. Because he had already seen that the flying centipede had suddenly stopped running away, and instead stayed in this void. As he led him in circles, he released the strange poisonous fog in his body. The flying centipede's ultimate goal was to use this strange poisonous fog to trap him. After all, other than the fact that the Demon King's royal brother Mo Jiufeng was originally in existence that the flying centipede had to kill, Yi Xian had also displayed many terrifying abilities in this battle. For example, the battle talisman that could trigger the purple gold tide of time, the innate thunder source treasure Rai D seal, and the purple gold thunder source that could kill the baleful dark demon tiger. And so on. These things were all treasures and resources that could threaten the lives of immortal old monsters. It was impossible to say that the flying centipede was not tempted. As long as Yi Xian could make the flying centipede believe that he had fallen into the trap of the poisonous fog and was in a bad state, the flying centipede, who was circling around in circles, would occasionally look back to check the situation. There was a 90% chance that it would not take the opportunity to escape, but instead turn around and reap everything. For Yi Xian, this was also a gamble. He was betting that the flying centipede would not leave. Otherwise, once the flying centipede took this opportunity to tear through the void and leave, he would really have nowhere to look for him even if he cried. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. The Shenong cauldron, which had been following behind the flying centipede at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down and even slightly swayed a few times. However, the Shenong cauldron did not stop absorbing the strange poisonous fog during this process. The density of the strange fog in the void had reached a certain level, so it could not be wasted. Moreover, this active absorption might be what the centipede wanted to see. It would most likely think that it was the corrosive effect of the strange poisonous fog's power. You fell for it so quickly? Yi Xian's eyes was on the others on the cauldron. His did not immediately turn to look, did not immediately turn immediately. He did not immediately turn, but he did not immediately turn. 2. It was as if he was spying. The sinister look in his eyes made one feel very uncomfortable. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could roughly analyze the flying centipede's temperament just by looking at its eyes. It was definitely the suspicious type. If it wanted to deliberately show weakness to lure the enemy in, it would probably be very difficult to succeed. Even if the other party roughly believed in Yi Xian's condition and fell into a slump due to the influence of this strange poison mist, with his suspicious temperament, even if he wanted to reap the benefits, this flying centipede definitely wouldn't rashly approach him. The flying centipede would most likely use some method to test him first. For example, it would use a divine ability to kill him from a safe distance. Yi Xian had seen too many of such situations in his life. Therefore, he could basically analyze what was going to happen next just by looking at the flying centipede's eyes. This was really F***ed up. If the flying centipede was really so cautious and insisted on using some method to kill Yi Xian from a safe distance before approaching him, was he supposed to grit his teeth and bear the brunt of the attack? Yi Xian wouldn't even be willing to be injured by the flying centipede, let alone kill him. Obviously, this plan was aborted. Although it was feasible, the flying centipede was overly cautious and suspicious. It was destined to be impossible for it to succeed. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. It was asking Yi Xian if he could immediately absorb the strange poisonous fog. It said that it had great benefits for tempering the body and that its effects surpassed the hell ant liquid secreted by the hell ant tribe. However, it was poisonous fog after all and couldn't be directly absorbed into the body. It had to be refined and purified by the 5-colored flames of the Shenong cauldron before it could be used. Since there's no way to lure the flying centipede in, then I can only follow closely behind him and absorb as much of the poisonous fog as possible. No matter what, I can't let him escape. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately gave up on his previous plan. He decided to take a step back and reap the benefits in front of him first. The body tempering effect of the poisonous fog was better than the hell ant liquid of the hell ant tribe. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had used it. The effects would definitely be better, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to start devouring immediately. However, it didn't devour directly from the surrounding void. Instead, it devoured from the interior of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. Before this, the Shenong cauldron had been absorbing the strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. A portion of it had been stored in the central region of the volcano and had been refined and purified by the Shenong 5-colored flames. It was just right for him to use it directly. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out some netherworld furnace lotion and 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body. He also cut off a large piece of flesh from the purple gold void rat's corpse of the quasi-ancient great being and roasted it with the Shenong 5-colored flames before swallowing it in large mouthfuls. These few resources had become something he had to consume every time he broke through. They were all top-grade resources. When they entered his stomach, they immediately mixed with the strange poisonous fog that had been purified by the five-colored flames into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. Together, they turned into an extremely hot energy that quickly circulated in Yi Xian's limbs and bones. The clanking of chains quickly sounded, accompanied by the pain of every inch of his flesh and bones being torn apart. This time, Yi Xian had to control the Shenong cauldron with his mind as he broke through. It returned to its original speed and continued to chase after the flying centipede to prevent it from taking advantage of the situation. If there was a chance to escape, it had to be said that the breakthrough this time was much more difficult than before. However, at the same time, once the breakthrough was successful, the benefits that Yi Xian would obtain would definitely be greater than before. This was the principle of, you get what you put in. Chapter 3991. What's going on? Wasn't he on the verge of collapsing from the poison just now? Why did he recover in the blink of an eye? Is it because the more poison is used, the more ferocious he becomes? Yi Xian's weak state had only lasted for a short period of a few breaths of time before he recovered quickly. Moreover, even the Medicine King cauldron that had suddenly slowed down had displayed extreme speed once more and chased after him. The flying centipede's enormous eyes instantly flickered with a dark glow while he muttered to himself and analyzed the reason for this strange scene before him. That scene from before was absolutely not fake. Otherwise, if that kid intended to do something, then how could he have given up so quickly and immediately recovered his state and speed? Looks like the poison mist is still effective against him. Even if his figure is protected by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron, he was still affected to a certain extent. His sudden bad state from before is the best proof of this. However, this fellow possesses too many top-rate resources. If I'm not wrong, the healing treasures he withdrew with a flip of his hand and tossed into his mouth included the nether furnace lotion that appeared in the quintessence region of all evil. There seemed to be a few drops of something with an even purer aura than the nether furnace lotion. It isn't the evil origin elixir? Hiss. Damn it. That kid's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually obtained the legendary evil origin elixir. Besides that, there's that huge piece of flesh that's obviously roasted. It emanates the aura of treasures, and it's absolutely the aura of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. Damn it. He's actually feasting on the flesh and blood of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. When he spoke up to hear, the flying centipede's eyes had grown even brighter, and his gaze revealed a green glow. He was clearly tempted to the extreme. At this moment, he simply wished for nothing more than to immediately turn around and plunder Yi Xian from the outside to the inside before he could vent his hatred. It's too infuriating. A tiny region lord is like an ant, yet every single thing he produces, no matter if it's treasures or resources, is actually something that even I, an eternal realm expert, covets yet doesn't possess at all. This is simply unreasonable. In an instant, the flying centipede's idea of staying behind to think of a way to kill the other party with poison so that he could obtain all the treasures and resources on the other party became even firmer. On one hand, it was because he saw that Yi Xian had more top-grade treasures and resources in his possession. On the other hand, it was because Yi Xian had been poisoned to the point of being in a bad condition in such a short period of time. In his panic, he had no choice but to immediately take out a large amount of top-grade resources of similar quality to expel the poison and recover. This meant that the effects of his poison mist on the other party's body were quite significant. Since that was the case, it meant that there was a high chance of him being poisoned to death. There was no reason not to give it a try. This won't do. I have to increase the amount of poisonous fog. This kid definitely has a lot of top-grade resources and all kinds of heavenly treasures on him. If the poisonous fog doesn't corrode him enough, once he's in a bad state, he'll immediately swallow heavenly treasures to recover. If this goes on, won't he eat all of them? While muttering to himself, the flying centipede nodded repeatedly and agreed with him. These top-notch resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to me, and they will change hands soon. How can he swallow them all? It's simply too wasteful. I can't let him off so easily. And if I increase the amount of poisonous fog, the density of the poisonous fog will increase to a certain extent, and the corrosive effect on the demonic ape real body will also increase greatly. This is the same principle as using strong medicine. Once the strong medicine is used, this guy will be poisoned on the spot. He won't even have the chance to take out all kinds of top-grade resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover. In this way, not only can I save my resources and treasures, but I can also end this battle as soon as possible. If the demonic tribe's ancestor appears, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the flying centipede's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he immediately increased the amount and speed of the poisonous fog in his body by at least several times. Hiss! Hiss, 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 as more and more of the strange poisonous fog spread out from its body at an even faster speed, the hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle became denser and more intense as the flying centipede flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. The flying centipede didn't leave either. He continued to chase after the Shenong cauldron as they circled around the corner of the void. None of the strange poisonous mist from his body managed to spread out. They all stayed in this corner of the void. Gradually, due to the increasing density of the poisonous fog, this corner of the void became darker, as if it was suddenly dyed black by a large mass of ink. All this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He secretly activated the power of the Shenong cauldron's internal field, and the speed and progress of absorbing the strange poisonous fog from the void around him also became faster. Time passed quickly. Yi Xian activated the Shenong cauldron and followed the flying centipede closely. More than 10 minutes passed before he knew it. During the entire process, the clattering sounds of chains were echoing inside the true devil ape's body. In the end, when the flying centipede, which had been leading Yi Xian in circles, turned around and looked at Yi Xian again, 2 humming chains were echoing inside Yi Xian's body. The 2 thick potential shackles were finally broken. At this moment, the system notification that Yi Xian had been expecting echoed in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The effects of this strange poisonous fog were indeed extraordinary. After Yi Xian stepped into the Star Lord state, he was able to welcome another 2 consecutive breakthroughs with just 1 body tempering. When his original body was a 1st-level Star Lord, his true form of the ancient ape demon was a 6th-level Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord old monster. Even though his original self had made another breakthrough and reached the 3rd level of the Star Lord state, according to his calculations, the primordial devil ape should be in the 8th level of the Star Lord state after its bloodline was activated. Once he entered the 4th transformation of the ancient ape demon, his peak combat ability would reach the 3rd level of the State Lord state, which was already at the peak of the beginning stage of the State Lord state. He would reach the middle stage of the State Lord state with 1 more minor breakthrough. The current Yi Xian was the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape. As a result, following this breakthrough, the aura within his body rapidly rose, and in the blink of an eye, he rose from the 1st level of the Domain Lord to the 3rd level of the Domain Lord. Chapter 3992. What's going on? Why hasn't he been overpowered by the poison and has actually become even more ferocious? When he turned around to look, the flying centipede just happened to notice the scene of Yi Xian's cultivation instantly rising from the 1st rank of the Region Lord realm to the 3rd rank of the Region Lord realm, and he was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was covered in a dumbstruck expression. At this moment, half of his mind was filled with water and the other half was flour. Just thinking about it slightly caused his mind to instantly become mush. Damn it! He actually concealed his cultivation. Even if he was beaten to death, it was absolutely impossible for him to think that Yi Xian had just broken through because it was too shocking. A Region Lord Realm Junior that was like an ant actually had the leisure to break through while pursuing an Eternal Realm expert. This was truly too shocking, and it was utterly impossible for him to accept. So, after being stunned for a moment, the flying centipede quickly determined that Yi Xian had held back earlier. But now, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on because of the corrosion of the poison mist, so he'd unsealed that portion of his strength. This was the best explanation for the strange state that the flying centipede was in. Compared to Yi Xian breaking through on the spot during the battle, this was obviously more believable and easier to accept. When he thought like this, the heart that had just risen to his throat immediately calmed down, and the savage smile on his face grew even more savage. So what if he concealed his cultivation? Unsealing his concealed cultivation at a time like this can only mean that this kid is on the verge of being unable to hold on. This is just right. With the strength of the poison mist, I presume it won't be long before I'll be able to take him down and end this battle. When he thought up to here, the flying centipede's spirits were instantly refreshed, and he activated the countless poison sacs within his body with all his might. In an instant, even more strange poison mist instantly sprayed out from the countless pores on his enormous body. To the flying centipede, this poison mist was similar to the hellish ant liquid secreted by the hellish ant clan. It was an accumulation of innate bloodline ability. It could be said that the more the flying centipede released, the greater the impact on its body. If it had released all of its poison, the flying centipede would not have died on the spot. After all, the countless poison sacs in its body would slowly secrete poisonous fog and preserve it in the poison sacs. However, if all of them were to be emptied in a short period of time, the consequences would still be quite serious. To make an analogy, it was actually similar to lying on a woman's body and being completely squeezed until he was completely exhausted. His legs would definitely turn to jelly. He would have to eat a good meal and rest for a period of time before he could recover and regain his vigor. The flying centipede was naturally well aware of this, but he was like a fish that had been hooked, and he could not stop at all. At the very beginning, he first released a small amount of poison mist, then increased it to a large amount. Now that he saw that the other party was about to be unable to hold on, he used all his strength to release the poison mist without any regard for the consequences. He only hoped that he would be able to completely poison the other party in a short period of time. In his opinion, after all the poison mist and the countless poison sacs in his body was released, even though he would fall into a period of weakness, it did not matter. As long as he could follow closely behind, the abominable brat, who was barely holding on, would be completely poisoned. At that time, without his control, the Medicine King Cauldron, which was sticking behind him like a dogskin plaster, would naturally stop. At that time, he only needed to turn around and rush back for a short distance, use his divine abilities, and kill the opponent who had been poisoned and had lost consciousness from a safe distance. Next would be the harvest. As long as he quickly took action and plundered all the treasures and resources on the other party's body, he might even be able to swallow a portion of them on the spot and more or less recover a portion of his foundation. At that time, even if the patriarch of the demon race descended, in a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for him, he could still guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Yes. It had to be said that the old monster's abacus was really loud. He had considered and calculated all aspects. It was simply flawless. Everything was taken care of, and it seemed extremely perfect and perfect. However, he would never have thought that he was wrong from the beginning. This also meant that all the deductions and guesses that followed were destined to run counter to each other. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, as the flying centipede ignored the consequences and used all its strength to expel the strange poison mist that was stored in the countless poison sacs in its body, through the countless pores on the surface of its huge body, as if it was free. The hissing sounds that were already extremely dense in the surrounding void instantly rang out again. This feeling was like a huge pot of oil. The oil inside had already been burned, but a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Countless fine mist fell on the boiling oil surface, splashing countless scalp-numbing crackling sounds. In fact, even this corner of the void had turned pitch black in a short period of time because the density of the strange poison mist was too high. It was simply impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. If it weren't for the fact that both Yi Xian and the flying centipede were starry sky experts with divine sense, at this time, in such a pitch-black environment, even their vision would have been completely restricted. However, all this was tantamount to a huge surprise for Yi Xian, like a pie falling from the sky. He was just worried that the strange poison mist in the surrounding void was not dense enough. Although he had used this opportunity to temper his body and break through to the next realm, the Shenong cauldron's five-colored flame was still in the process of evolving. It was rapidly absorbing the strange poison mist in the surrounding void. Now, Yi Xian was most worried that the flying centipede would notice something strange and stop releasing the poison in his body. If that was the case, the five-colored flame's evolution opportunity would undoubtedly come to a premature end. The loss was too great. But now, all his worries were gone. He didn't know if the other party's brain had been flooded with water. He was clearly using this poison mist to temper his body, breaking through to the next realm on the spot, and reaping huge benefits. He was actually increasing the amount of poison mist released, as if he was afraid that he didn't reap enough benefits. There was probably no one else who was so generous and righteous. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian suddenly had a thought. His divine sense subconsciously extended beneath his feet, entering the mouth of the Shenong cauldron and directly entering the heart of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. It was as if the Shenong cauldron under his feet had become different in an instant. The connection between it and his mind was clearer and more vivid. This was very likely a sign that the Shenong five-colored flame had finally completed its evolution and was advancing to the six-colored flame. With this strong expectation, Yi Xian entered the central region volcano in the cauldron space with a wisp of divine sense. With just a glance, he became excited. Chapter 3993. The six-colored flame was finally complete. At this point, the power of the Shenong cauldron increased again, and the additional color happened to be black, representing the poisonous flame attribute. Moreover, the Shenong six-colored flame already had the attribute of poisonous flame. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Just in the aspect of roasting flesh and eating, there was already an unexpected change. Before this, Yi Xian had used the Shenong strange flame to roast flesh and blood, increasing the effect of the roasted flesh and blood, purifying and condensing it. But now, as long as he was willing, he could use the current Shenong six-colored flame to roast flesh and blood again, and focus on the effect of the poisonous flame. Not only would the quality of the roasted flesh and blood not improve, but it would also contain a strange poison. Moreover, there was no abnormality on the surface at all. It was still golden yellow and dripping with oil, and it was still fragrant. It was still appetizing to look at and smell it. Even if one swallowed it, they would not feel anything unusual. But when all the swallowed flesh and blood turned into pure energy in the body and circulated in the limbs and bones, the toxicity of the poisonous flame would show. At this point, even if one reacted, it would not be of much use. Even if one was not poisoned to death on the spot, he would probably lose a few layers of skin. Of course, this kind of roasting flesh and blood with poisonous flames could only be done to the enemy. Perhaps there would not be many opportunities to use it, but once it was used, the effect would definitely be unexpected and pleasantly surprising. This could almost be regarded as a backup method to deal with special situations. It was definitely the best method, without any suspense. And this was only a part of the power of the Shenong six-colored flame. There were obviously many others. The Shenong strange flame had a total of 9 colors. 1 to 3 colors were the early strange flame. 4 to 6 colors were the middle strange flame. 7 to 9 colors were the late strange flame. The current Shenong flame had already reached the peak of the middle strange flame, and it would enter the late strange flame after another evolution. Its significance was absolutely great, and there were definitely many practical benefits. However, Yi Xian did not have the time to carefully explore them one by one. There was still a flying centipede in front of him that seemed to have water in its head. It was waiting for him to take care of it. After a short period of excitement, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind again, and then turned to look at the flying centipede that was flying in circles in front of him. Today was different from the past. Although less than an hour had passed, both Yi Xian himself and the Shenong cauldron under his feet had quietly completed a breakthrough and evolution. Meanwhile, the flying centipede, who harbored malicious intentions in front of him, was rapidly depleting his energy. Even though he wasn't attacked, the large amount of poisonous mist accumulated in the countless poison sacs in his body had already been released in a short period of time. There wasn't much left, and this was also a form of depletion. Furthermore, it was a short-term and intense consumption. Under this increase and decrease, the disparity between the two sides was unknowingly obvious. It could be said that the current Yi Xian was extremely confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was 90% confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. But before that, there was still a large amount of strange black fog remaining in the surrounding void, but it had to be absorbed first. This kind of poisonous fog was rare, and there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Yi Xian decided to use the Shenong cauldron to absorb it with all its might, condense it into liquid, and preserve it for future emergencies. A need. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the Shenong cauldron with all his might. He no longer held back and unleashed an extremely fast speed, completely releasing it, and began to absorb the remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. Hiss. At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. The remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void suddenly hissed loudly, and in an instant, it was as if it was sucked in by a powerful tornado, moving towards the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at an extremely fast speed. They gathered together. In just half a moment, a terrifying vortex formed from strange poisonous fog with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared above the mouth of the cauldron. The flying centipede in the void in front of him just happened to turn its head at this moment. When it saw this strange scene, its mind was in a mess again. It was dumbstruck as if it had just been struck by lightning. Is this brat crazy? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? You're actually swallowing the sea like a whale. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no longer a trace of strange poisonous fog in the vast void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In just a short breath, all of the strange poisonous fog was sucked into the Shenong cauldron. If it was before the Shenong 6 colors had completed its evolution, this scene would definitely not have happened. Even if Yi Xian ignored the flying centipede in front of him and activated the Shenong cauldron to absorb with all its might, it would have taken at least 5 to 6 breaths. But now, the speed had increased by several times. From this, it could be seen that after the Shenong strange flame had evolved into a 6-colored flame, the power of the Shenong cauldron's internal domain had increased by an astonishing amount. What was even more astonishing was the speed at which it was condensed. Almost in the instant that the strange poisonous fog was completely absorbed, 18 drops of dark green liquid appeared in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. Each drop was only the size of a finger, but it gave off a sinister feeling that made one's heart palpitate. This was condensed from the huge amount of strange poisonous fog that it had just absorbed, and was named by Yi Xian as the Sky Centipede Poison. Swish! With a thought, 18 small jade storage bottles were taken out by Yi Xian from his undying world. Each bottle contained a drop of the Sky Centipede Poison. Following that, these 18 small jade storage bottles, which represented terrifying poison, were directly stored by Yi Xian into his undying world. After completing all this, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. He lifted his head to look at the flying centipede in front of him and grinned. Who would have thought that chasing after a desperate foe would result in such a huge gain? Not only did I achieve a breakthrough in my body tempering, even the treasured cauldron's strange flame has evolved, and I even obtained 10 drops out of thin air. 8 drops of sky centipede poison. This is really... Thank you. Pooh. This is impossible, little bastard, you're lying, you. You must be about to be poisoned. This is the final radiance of the setting sun. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, the flying centipede in front of him opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green poisonous blood. The old man vaguely realized what had happened, but he was not willing to accept it, nor did he dare to believe it. However, in his subconscious, there was a voice telling him that everything was real, that every word the other party said was true, and that there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Because this was the only way to explain everything that had happened before and now. Compared to his previous analysis, this was even more perfect. It was just that it was extremely unreliable, and he did not dare to believe it. Because of this, after spitting out the blood, the flying centipede's voice was filled with grief and indignation. A dignified, undying old monster like him had reached the point where his mind was about to collapse from the reality before his eyes.